And we are live. Hello, everybody out there who may be watching and who may be tuning in later. Thank you very much for joining us. And this is going to be an Oriental adventure for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, titled The Ashes of Heaven. This is taking place in my homebrew world of Rostfin, and these fine people below me here are going to be embarking on a multi-session campaign. We're not sure exactly how long it'll go yet, but hopefully it'll be fun all the way through. Just a word of warning, this is an adult game. We are adults, and I don't check my language as often as I should. And sometimes the subject matter will venture into the area of mature topics. If that kind of stuff bothers you, you need to leave right now. It's going to get bad, I'm telling you. And then you're going to regret it. Your kid's going to grow up and he's going to become a serial killer. And you're going to look back at this moment and you're going to blame yourself. So this is your last warning. So before we get started on some lead-ins to what we're going to be playing, we're going to go ahead and let our players introduce ourselves. And we're going to start with Carol.
Hi, I am, of course, Carol, and I'm playing Kakusu Yoru, who is a Kazzbah Bard, and a Kazzbah is a cat person, much like a tabaxi or something like that. So she's going to be the oddball in this whole conclave of superior fighters and all those things. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited about this. I don't have anything of my own to promote, but I like Jeremy's games a lot. I think they're great. And, of course, the whole LabTab crew is just wonderful. And all my fellow players have awesome things, too.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Carol. I appreciate that. And yes, I echo the sentiment about the Absolute Tabletop group. Go check them out on Facebook. If you haven't already, I cannot recommend it enough. And moving right along to Alan.
Hello, everyone. This is Alan. You can catch me on my YouTube channel, Check for Traps, where I run various games such as D&D or Fate, and I've actually played with everyone here. I've either played with them or ran a game for them, and we've all had a great time. So really been looking forward to jumping in Jeremy's Oriental Adventure world. It sounded really nice in the AbTab group there, so it really got me excited to join in the game. And of course, I really enjoy playing with all these people, so I'm really excited and looking forward to it.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm very much looking forward to getting into this setting from a completely different angle than I get to at home, and with a whole fresh set of people. Speaking of which, let's move right along to Dave.
Hey folks, I'm Dave, and I'll be playing Longwei Luk. At least that's the name he goes by. He's a masterless samurai, and I am very pleased to be playing in this this mini campaign with these fine group of people. Scott, I believe, is the only individual I haven't had the pleasure of playing or, playing with yet. So still, I really think that it's going to be a lot of fun. I don't typically play Oriental Adventures, so this is going to be extra awesome for me because it's my first foray into the Asian world in D&D. So double thumbs.
Well, good. Hopefully we can do it justice for you, Dave, and make you a fan. And Jeff. Don't hear you, bro. There you go.
Okay. If you want to check out the games that I run, you can check me out at Encounter Balance on YouTube, and also in the AbTab group. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We have a great group of players here and a great DM, so it should be a lot of fun.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that. And last but certainly not least, we have Scott.
Hello, everyone. I've probably seen most of you playing games. Carol definitely, and Dave here I haven't played with yet, even though Carol we talked for almost over a year now and still haven't played in the game. So it's finally good to get into this. And I will be playing a Moon Elf Fighter, Xun Wu Sukiko. which is actually Sukiko is the name of my daughter, and I just ran with it because it works. And totally stoked for this. I have a martial arts background, so these guys know from talking with me in there that I'm quite ecstatic about getting into this. And if Tyler happens to watch this, I'm going to butterfly the crap out of this thing, and hopefully I don't fall on my butt like my other martial arts character I made.
We shall see. Sometimes the dice just, like screwing with people.
Every time I mentioned a butterfly kick, I rolled a 1.
Well, let's hope that doesn't, it's not a trend that continues. I have included the links for Alan, Dave, and Jeff's channels down in the description of this video below. Scott and Carol either do not have channels or did not wish to provide links for them or have what have you. So that's why that there's not a link for them down in the bottom. Somebody had mentioned already that the genesis for this campaign came from the Absolute Tabletop group. There is a game that I have been running at my table here at home for my my group that meets here in person, and it's been going on for probably about 10 months now, called White Lotus Black Jade. And so if that gets brought up or mentioned, that's what it's referencing. It takes place 20 years after the events of this game. So one other thing that needs to be mentioned is that this system, this game, will be using a system of Kung Fu. Obviously, if you've played Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, that is not really a system that is in place. Rules is written, and it is something that me and a friend of mine had to kind of hash out for our White Lotus Black Jade game. And for the most part, I'm really, really happy with how it came out. It is a little extra. It does tend to add a little bit of extra time to some of the rounds of combat and things, but so far it has been very, very successful in kind of capturing the feel of martial arts combat, at least from a cinematic point of view, in a way that Dungeons & Dragons doesn't really seem to do on its own. So essentially, I think across our 5 players, I think we have 5 separate styles, if I am not mistaken. And each one of them hopefully will come across as being very different in flavor and mechanics. And each one of them kind of cues off of 2 different stats. We'll kind of go through some of the mechanics and things as those come up, because everybody here is fairly new to it. And it can be a little confusing and daunting at the beginning, but I think once we've done it a couple of times, you guys will find the rhythm of it, and it won't be any big deal at all. So unless there are any kinds of points that I have missed, any questions that you guys have, or other points of business before we get started here.
We can level up, right?
Eventually, if you live.
I mean, you're not level 7 already, Scott?
So, I think if my dogs will shut the hell up, we can finally get started here. Nope, apparently not.
I heard that in your world here that they eat dog. So.
Absolutely. It's actually just Knowles. There's a big feast every year.
So we could take care of them, make some beef jerky, some teriyaki.
Okay. All right, here we go. You find yourselves in an incredibly ornate palace. You're just seeing through your eyes right now. And as our vision moves through a large room, you see a very long mural that depicts a now famous battle during an era that is now known as the War of the Black Snows. And as you see the mountains and the trees and the falling snow depicted in this mural in a myriad of watery colors, with each and every brushstroke being evident, we hear a voice echo through the room. The winters known by the Northmen breed brutal lands and brutal people. When the starving wolf can find no easy meal, it looks to steal such from another. And so, 2 decades ago, the barbarians came down through the Jingshang Pass. Chaos, seeking refuge of order once more, striving to find balance. The War of the Black Snows devastated our great empire, a strike that would be felt for generations after. Some of the clans never recovered. Many more were forever changed. Even the land and the spirits that reside within it were twisted and altered by what happened during those days. But that is the story about what happened after. This is the story of those that stood before the typhoon. This is the story of those who turned back the tide that threatened to pierce the very heart of the empire. This is the story of the ashes of heaven. The snow depicted in the mural begins to swirl and fall within the painting. It was a terrible winter, and many, even in the middle provinces, wondered if they would survive. And that danger was very real here, in the mountains surrounding the Qingjiang Pass. We see people in the painting, in the town depicted there, moving about, entering and exiting two-dimensional buildings. And as we pull closer to this painting, we see several individuals that are drawing our focus. 5, to be precise. Kenji, why have you come to Mai-Chaki, the northernmost outpost of the Dragon Clan provinces?
Kenji has, for the last couple years, more or less been wandering. He was brought in by his adopted father many years ago, but that type of life was not suited to him. And he felt the need to learn more about the magical abilities which he began to possess, kind of unbeknownst to him for many years, that he's now finally beginning to understand, at least within himself. But understanding within himself is not enough. So he wanders the lands, seeking other people who might be able to give him more information or enlighten him in some way about what this awakening that happened to him might have been the result of, and what it might mean. And more or less by chance has he kind of wandered into this outpost.
And having done so, you have found yourself kind of stranded here, as the weather has turned foul very early in the season. And the first snow was incredibly heavy, and it now makes traveling through the mountain pass very, very treacherous and dangerous, difficult. And as we see Kenji meandering about the city, we see 2 other individuals a feline and a imposing-looking male human that seems to be escorting her. And what are Luke and Yoru?
Yeah,
What are
Yoru.
Yoru? What are Yoru and Luke up to? Why are they in Mai-Chaki?
Well, Yoru is a daughter of a really pretty well-to-do merchant family, and she's purportedly out seeking trade routes, but really she's hoping to use her training as a bard and get some adventuring in along the way. She wants to seek out stories and excitement. She's fairly young and has had a pretty easy life, so she's out there for the excitement of it.
The imposing man beside her?
Yeah, and Luke carries a long staff with what looks to be a bag hanging at some heavy contents inside of it, but otherwise he's wearing a jerkin and carries 2 swords on his hip. And he's kind of scanning the area, wondering what's coming up next. He's been following this cat for some time, and he's still trying to understand her. His uncle, Rentaru, had suggested that he take on this job to earn name within the trading clans. For, well, a man such as myself, I need all the friends that I can get in high places, especially those with money. So as he scans, he feels the cold chill coming on and considers if it's time to put on his armor or not. But probably not yet. Mistress, we should get some tea. Maybe sake? And he winks at her.
She got, oh, that sounds like a very good idea. The tea, anyway. But maybe the sake. It's getting cold. She pulls her silken robes a little tighter and starts looking for a tea shop.
Excellent. And
go ahead, sorry.
No, as Luke is making his way, they start plodding down the street in search of a tea shop or some place of solace. He kind of stops for a moment and is staring up at a tree. It's a yumi. At least that's what they call them in his area. Usually a white flower, very beautiful, and you can eat the fruit. But as he stares at it, he's almost gone for a moment, as in his mind's eye, he actually sees splatter of blood across the yumi. And as he looks up to the heavens, he takes a deep breath and then just looks around again to see that where he actually is and realize that that was long ago and he needs to let it go.
Excellent, Dave. You can have a point of inspiration. In my games, I allow points of inspiration to stack up to 4. You can have up to 4 at a time. I hand them out on a fairly regular basis. I try at least. And you are welcome to try to spend them in a myriad of different ways, not just for inspiration. If you think that there's something, or just not for just advantage, that is. And if you think of something that a situation where one might apply, similar to a hero point or a Benny or what have you in other games, then ask, and we can see if it's a worthwhile exchange. And as we see Luke and Yoru pass into yet another building in this painting and disappear from view, we slowly pan over to another place within the town of Mai-Chaki, and see two other individuals who look like wandering monks. What has brought Soaring Crane and Sukiko to this far northern town?
Soaring Crane, accompanied by his childhood friend, Xun Wu, wander into town by foot, and packing with them just their belongings that are wrapped probably just in another shirt or robe that they basically just kind of wrapped and slung over their backs. And Soaring Crane looks to his lifelong friend and says, I know I did not give you much detail, my friend, and secrecy has never been something between us, but I am glad that you have accompanied me on this journey. And he just kind of clasps his hand on your shoulder, gives you a good shake.
And Sukiko kind of nods his head briefly, looks over at him. Where would you be without your sparring partner? As he throws a punch at him. It's like a childhood game to them that like out of nowhere they'll just attack each other just for fun.
Yeah, and Soaring Crane would quickly, as just muscle memory, just catch and move to the side and just chuckle a bit. Indeed. And as they're walking, he kind of like just tries to, just kind of put his foot out there and try to trip him up, kind of just trip him over his feet.
And Sukiko just kind of tumbles over this and comes up, takes that stance, that mantis stance, slowly bobbing with it. You don't want any. We've played this game many times. Nevertheless, we are in the middle. And he stands up of a busy town. As always, it doesn't take you telling me what needs to be done for me to follow you. Just as it doesn't take me telling you what needs to be done for you to follow me. I'm always there.
I value your friendship. And now that we're here, I can tell you that I am currently looking for someone. A fellow member of the Crane. I have not seen in quite some time, but hopefully I will be able to find him here. Till that time, perhaps we should get a drink. It has been a long journey.
It has. Tea works for me. Last time we drank sake, not only did we get in trouble from our master for destroying the entire kitchen, but we never lived it down with the other masters. That was a drunken feud that rampaged across the entire temple.
Indeed. Catching the switch from Sifu Silken Sky was definitely not a moment I wish to relive. Tea it is. And I imagine we would try and proceed looking for the nearest tea house. One that's probably not as extravagant as we are living on monk wages, if you will. So,
well, as Mai-Chaki is a outpost town, there is not an abundance of tea houses to choose from. This village outpost town is at most maybe a dozen different buildings, and it's filled mainly with soldiers who are somewhat disenfranchised, or disenchanted rather, about being here. And especially now that the winter has set in so vehemently and so early. So finding your way to the tea house is not difficult at all. It's probably one of the only inviting places in town. And for the most part, the only other people really that come to Mai-Chaki are, other than the soldiers, are people who are coming here to trade. And most everybody that has business here has already finished for the year and is well away from here. But aside from the guillotine in the picture here, this is kind of a good idea about the general atmosphere and layout of the way that this city kind of looks. And I imagine that the inside of the tea house is pretty warm and inviting after weeks on the road. And it is a surprisingly large building. You're guessing that it probably also serves as the mess hall for the soldiers that are here. But for the moment, aside from about 4 or 5 soldiers scattered about the place and the people who work here, it's pretty much entirely abandoned, aside from the 4 travelers who have found themselves here now. So, sat in pairs, perhaps on desperate or disparagingly different sides of the tavern, you've each been served a couple of cups of tea, as well as a kettle. It's brought piping hot to the table, and if you wish it, there is also food to be had.
Yeah, Soaring Crane would reach into his sleeve and pull out his money pouch, which is probably really no bigger than say like a dice pouch. And he just kind of jingles it, and a few coins jingle in there, not many. And he just kind of pulls them out, and he sets them on the table, and he says, he looks over to his friend and says, "It is not much, but we shall eat good." And he will order some noodles and some probably some bun as well, some steamed buns.
Yes, they absolutely can serve that up for you. And one of the things that they say that they have ready for you, if you're not patient, if you don't want to wait, is that they do have chicken and mushrooms currently prepared.
Holding up his own bag, which seems to have a little bit more stuff in it than Soaring Crane's, he just kind of looks at him and chuckles. You always spend most of your money instead of saving it. We only get so much. What do you even buy? I'm your best friend and I don't even know. Yes, we will eat good tonight. Thankfully, for the more money that I tend to save than you.
Life is to be enjoyed, my friend. If we are to do nothing but squirrel away our money, then we lack experiencing the world around us.
The older woman who has been kind of shuffling back and forth to bring you the various things that you've asked for seems to perk up a bit once Sukiko has pulled out his pouch and given it a shake rather audibly. And she seems to adopt a little bit of a friendlier attitude, somehow finding her smile along the way. And across the tavern, we have Yoru and Luke seated at a different table. And what kind of things would you be looking to order?
Well, I would think that some rice and fish for myself, but I know that typically the mistress enjoys her chicken. Of course, anything with chicken or fish. What would you like this evening?
Having heard the options, Yoru wants she wants some noodles and mushrooms and chicken.
You order.
Go ahead.
The mistress will be having noodles, mushrooms, and chicken, and I'd like some rice and fish, please.
And Yoru reaches into her robe and pulls out a few coins and hands them to Luke.
Thank you. And Luke just sits there and smiles. He usually smiles a lot, unless he's thinking wistfully. So he's smiling and staring around the tavern, just kind of taking in the surroundings. Go ahead, Jeremy.
The young man who has been serving you is a boy, probably no more than 12 or 13. In this exchange between the two of you, his eyes kind of grow wide as he sees that there's a definite hierarchy at play. And he adopts the term of lady whenever he's referring to Yoru now. And he now is eyeing Luke's swords very, very closely. And at some point, when he brings the food back, he serves it, and then he bows, and he turns to Luke and he says, "Are you a samurai?"
I've had training, yes.
Have you ever killed a man?
Young man, these types of stories aren't polite in front of polite company.
He bows apologetically. Yes, of course. Excuse me.
What do you practice?
Well, we do not have weapons. I am not allowed to train with weapons. But I have been watching some of the guards, and I think that I have the footwork down. And he begins trying to demonstrate as he kind of shuffles about. And then very quickly knocks a chair over.
And Luke deftly stands up and takes it as if it, it was part of the movement, and allows it not to fall. And he says, "That's very good. But always remember, think lightly of yourself and deeply of the world."
And Yoru kind of smiles and nods her head to this young man. She's not really so formal as Luke is, really. But she lets him be what he wants to be there most of the time.
And as Luke is leaning over to him, he says, "What is your name?"
Son of a bitch, Dave. Hang on.
While they're waiting for an answer, Yoru's just looking around the whole tea house with her eyes very bright. This is something a little different, something new, something she wants to experience.
Yu Jin, have you ever seen a catfolk before?
There's only one spot left, but it's on plants, and I'm on zombies.
There's one over there. With a very large man with two swords that looks like he knows how to use them. I've never seen one of them at the temple.
And as Soaring Crane just kind of peers over his to look at the other two patrons in the tea house, it almost looks as if he doesn't notice Xun Yu going for the last little dumpling there, but his Soaring Crane's chopsticks meet with Xun Yu's chopsticks on the last little dumpling there. As you hear that audible click. And then he just kind of looks directly into his friend's eye. I believe my chopsticks were on this first.
You can believe what you want, but still mine. And he starts fighting. Like, they're literally audibly fighting with chopsticks, like their little feet, and like kung fu kicking with them as they move this. It's like that scene in Kung Fu Panda where he trains Panda to fight by taking dumplings away from him as we scoot this thing around the bowl, keeping it away from each other.
As that progresses, we go back over to where Luke is engaged with this young man, and he introduces himself as Aida.
Aida-san, and he gives a polite bow and he says, "Remember, you can only fight the way that you practice. You must practice, even if it is with your hands. But only fight when it is necessary." And he nods and turns back to Yoru.
And he bows very, very deeply, and he says, "I will, every day. Thank you." And he goes back to his chores.
Well done, Luke.
And we head outside back into the harshness of the onset of winter to a different place within Mai-Chaki. And we find Kenji. And what is Kenji up to?
Kenji is just kind of towards one of the kind of outer edges of town. And he's just seated against one of the buildings that he just happened to sit down next to, and just is kind of leaning up against the wall. He's just kind of looking up and down and around at the town. And then just kind of stops for a moment as he feels his stomach grumble with a slight grimace, just like, I guess we should find some food. And he stands up and begins to kind of scan around the area for somewhere that he could go. And perhaps asking someone for some direction, begins to head towards the nearest place that he can get something to eat.
Yeah, there are two guards who are kind of leaning at their posts, not paying very close attention to the small goat path, essentially, that heads up the mountain peak where they're stationed near the outskirt of town. And they kind of stop their conversation as you sidle up, and then when you pose your question to them, they kind of point lazily kind of off towards this rather large building near the center of the village, and just kind of dismissively kind of wave their hand at you and then go back to standing chit-chatting.
And Kenji would largely ignore their dismissiveness, given that he's received all the information that he needs for the time being, and would begin to head in that direction.
And shortly after the transpired events that we had seen before in the tavern, the door slides open to emit a, I would assume, fairly meek looking human, I believe.
Yeah, fairly small in stature, both height-wise and as far as build. Wearing these extremely light blue flowing robes that kind of go down to his feet. So he just kind of almost trudges more than anything into this place, and just kind of walking slowly up to the counter, just puts down, he doesn't even necessarily count money, just puts down some amount of money on the counter and just says, "Whatever you got, fast."
There's an old man who is seated behind the counter, and you're guessing by the overpowering stench of sake that he's not entirely sober, and he nearly falls over as he steps up towards the counter and kind of glances down at the coin that you've set down, and he kind of takes his gnarled fingers and kind of counts it out, and he starts over once or twice. And then he kind of nods as if he just heard your request. And then he shouts out, "We have another customer. He wants chicken and mushrooms, I think." And he kind of turns back towards you. He says, "That is what you said, yes. Chicken and mushrooms."
That'll do just fine.
And he kind of scoops the coins off the counter, expecting them to land in his cupped palm, but completely misjudging his aim, and they clatter to the floor. And he bends down to begin to pick them up, and about halfway there changes his mind and goes back to his bottle of sake and lowers himself back down onto his stool with a creak. So, Jin, I would imagine that the arrival of a new patron in the Half Moon Tea House may have drawn your attention, but probably even more so to see that this individual is dressed in light blue clothing, typically colors of the Crane clan.
Yeah, and when he takes notice of this individual walking in, and that brief hesitation of who's that, kind of like, who's that? That's when Xun Yu like gets the upper hand and eats that last dumpling, and then he notices and he's like, "Oh, damn." And then he goes, and he just kind of like points and like motions. I think that's who I'm looking for.
Finally, I was trying to
I
unfold.
think you just lost the dumpling.
Never mind about the dumpling. Yeah. Look, this is more important than food.
I don't know of too many things that are more important than food, but let's take a look at this man of yours. And he would kind of casually, just kind of like lean back and kind of look out of the peripheral, the corner of his eye. The young man in blue standing at the counter, coins on the floor with the drunkard.
Yes. He wears the colors of my clan. I believe this is the person I'm to seek out.
Not knowing exactly how or why we got here, what makes you believe that that is the man you seek? Just because he wears blue?
Sometimes the spirits show us the subtlest of signs, my friend. And if we are too distracted, we will fail to notice them.
Am I dying?
So that's your excuse for losing the dumpling. Okay. Well, do you need to go talk to this man?
Or am I just going to sit here and stare at the floor?
Because I'm about to order some more food.
I respawn.
Yes, you order more food. I'll see if I'll see if we can make a new friend. And with that, he'll take like really quick a sip of the small teacup, set it down, and he'll walk over to the counter.
As he gets up, you'll hear Xun Wu Sukiko like, "Wei, ni hao, Mai-Chaki," which is like he's just saying, "Hey, grandma, attention, hey, over here."
And the elder woman kind of shuffles back over, eager to please this paying patron, to see what it is that you would like. And as she does so, I imagine we follow Jin as he makes his way the short distance across the floor and approaches the man in blue at the bar.
And as he approaches, Kenji kind of seeing the movement out of the corner of his eye would kind of turn to see him. And being a little bit closer and seeing him just kind of like almost moves back a little bit. Do I know you?
Perhaps. Are you of the Crane?
No.
Hmm.
And he kind of like looks down. Long story, but
Perhaps you would like to share your story. It was a long journey for us, as I imagine it was for you. We have plenty of food and tea.
Kenji just kind of like stops for a moment and just kind of wordlessly nods.
The old man sitting nearby lets out a rather low belch and then kind of looks around the immediate area as if to make sure no one else had heard it. And his kind of glossy eyes pass right over Kenji and Jin as if you either weren't there or he couldn't see you. And he kind of smiles pleased to himself and starts to sing quietly in between sips of his sake.
So are they both heading back to like our table?
I go through the portal, right?
It seems like that might be the case. And it's not long before the two of them join you back at your table. And shortly after, the next round of food is delivered.
Yes, come, Jin. Sit. We got noodles now.
Really? What?
Even more
That
fun to
was
fight
a
over.
glitch.
And who
That
is this
a
that we
glitch.
have
I
with
was able
us,
to use our
brother?
bucket jump, and that jumper just tell.
I'm Kenji.
Kenji. Nice to meet you, sir.
Don't
And he
know,
kinda-
right?
That's
a real guild stays in fights.
Please feel free. Help yourself.
Kenji just kind of nods and pulls out a chair and sits down next to the other two. So what brings two monks like yourself way out to the outpost? Wasn't expecting to see people like you here.
This one takes and walks away from the monastery to go on an adventure. I just happen to follow so that way I can beat him up along the way.
Yes. My friend, he jokes. But I'd like to, I'm very interested in hearing your story. You seem to know that, you seem to wear the colors of the Crane, but you say that you are not a Crane.
Yes, I'm a dragon from around these parts. Not too far off. And he just like leaves it there. He doesn't continue on.
A dragon
Interesting.
clan. Not sure. Did anyone at the temple practice dragon, Jin? I don't know if we sparred against that one.
It is rare, but I believe there was at least one master there.
Ah, another style I would love to get my hands on. See how Mantis can trap a dragon.
About this time, there is a sound that pierces the air, even here indoors. It's unmistakable whenever you hear the sharp clang of a bell as it rings furiously over and over again. And soon you hear the distant murmurs of yelling as it sounds like there is a frenzy picking up outside.
And Kenji immediately stands to his feet and just says, "There's time for stories later. What's going on?"
Yoru also leaps up and looks at Luke. I think something's up. Let's go check it out.
Luke looks up with a big mouth of fish and rice in his mouth. Looks over and grabs his gear and starts making his way toward the door.
And Jin, Sukiko?
Yeah, Jin looks over to his friend and kind of like winces a bit, but he will basically scoop up the bowl of noodles, and he's walking towards the front of the tea house as he's slurping as like just scarfing as much noodle down as he can.
Suki would have been like, as he got up, he would still have his chopsticks, and he would like, as he's slurping it, he's like pulling pieces out from like in between the gap of the bowl in his mouth, and like pulling some out as they're walking towards the door. Like this is just normal, casual stuff for them.
Yoru had already finished her meal very, very efficiently, quickly, and neatly. But then she doesn't eat as much as all the big men.
Well, and Luke has gotten used to eating quickly and still looking somewhat not being rude while he does it, because there have been times where he hasn't had a lot to eat. So, and actually on the way to the door, he sees Aida and he calls the boy over and reaches in his pouch and says, "Please, take this for a meal." And what is the noise outside?
He looks a little frightened, actually. He says, "I do not know. It is the warning bell. I have not heard it in a long time. The last time it was Oni. I hope that it's not Oni." And he kind of absent-mindedly takes the proffered money and kind of just stares towards the front door.
You hear that, Sean? An Oni. An actual Oni.
We defend the temple from them all the time. You make this sound like it's a big deal.
But it has been so long. I was beginning to think we would not get to stretch our legs.
Not stretch our legs, as he kind of like pushes him and grabs the bowl from him and starts slurping what's left. We fought this morning. We stretch all the time. As you see, he just drops the bowl, throwing a couple coins over his shoulder to the drunk man. It probably one that like kind of slaps him in the cheek. And as he's walking out, you see he just reaches back and he has one dragon, what's called a dragon head hook sword. And if you guys look at my character, he has two right there. But right now he only has the one. It's gleaming, bright, shiny steel.
And as Luke is starting to consider the situation, he curses himself for the fact that he doesn't have his armor on. And he looks to Yoru and he says, "Mistress, one moment, please." And he says, "Aida, may I use that room to the side? The one with the door, the private room."
The boy kind of looks as if you had spoken to him across a great distance. As he kind of turns, having to tear his attention away from the front door, he says, "Oh, yes, of course. Please."
Always be in the moment, for that is what you can control. Do you understand me?
I think so, yes, but I am fearful.
Do not be fearful. Death comes to us all. We must face it as men. And he looks at him sternly and nods his head like, "You understand."
He says, "Yes, but..."
"No buts."
"You are old and I am young. You are perhaps more prepared to face death. I am not. I hope to find my courage, the way you have found yours."
"You will find it. Practice. Now, go to the masters of this house. Thank you for your service and your excellence." He bows to him and he goes quickly to the room, closes the door, and ceremonially starts opening the bag that is like a rough bag, and starts taking out his armor. And it is his samurai armor. And as he slowly starts putting it on, he is muttering to himself the thanks to his family, his ancestors, and he looks upon each piece and remembers the stories of, as he was told, what they're meant to represent. And he's putting it on. For every time he dons it, it represents that a further expectation. And he looks down upon the helmet that his father gave to him. Has short goat horns on the head. And he dons the mask that was once his father's. And it goes down over his eyes, and it has somewhat of an Oni face look to it. You see it in the picture there. He took it from his father the day that he died. And as he dons these things, he quickly puts his things together and rushes out. They're probably already outside now.
Yes, well, he's been doing that. Yoru's already wearing her leathers under her silk robes because she was cold, and they're not very confining. But she pulls out her Zhuan, which is a short sword, but used much like a rapier, and her shield, and rushes outside to see what she can see, being kind of impulsive by nature. And so what does she see when she gets outside?
So as the four other individuals have moved outside the Half Moon Tea House, back into the brutal cold that seems to only be getting colder, the snow having picked up in its thickness as you have been inside, you see most of the people who are not soldiers have begun tucking themselves away, moving inside, shutting doors, shuttering windows that weren't already shuttered. And the soldiers, though they had been lax before, have snapped to a little bit more and are now moving towards the northern end of town. And some distance away, you can see that it looks like a number of them are gathering into a knot.
As Yoda goes outside into that heavy snow, she gets distracted for a moment by the snowflakes and just stands and stares until one of them hits her on the nose and makes her sneeze, and then she shakes her head, takes off after everybody else.
That was funny.
Seeing the snow and all that,
Oh wait, I gotta go back.
Suki kind of nudges Jin. So nice out tonight. It's actually warmed up.
All I know is that little BBQ pile on it.
Knowing full well that being monks from a temple, we spent temple in the mountains. We spent hours upon hours with barely anything but a loincloth out in the snow. It no longer bothers us. We're not affected by it.
He's not special.
Kenji? Is there anything you wish to do as you see these soldiers rushing about?
You'd mostly just be trying to figure out what the rush is. That would be priority one before he would try to act. It's just where is everybody running to and why?
Yes, and again, the call, the action seems to be coming from the northern side of town, some distance away from where you are currently, especially with the thickness of the snow obscuring your vision somewhat. But you can make out the backs of a growing number of these soldiers who seem to be pressing in on each other. It doesn't look like they have their weapons drawn or anything at this moment. It looks like they're staring at something. There's quite a commotion coming from that little knot.
And even though the town seems to be in an uproar, Jin seems to be completely, utterly serene in this. He's definitely centered himself. He hasn't drawn any weapons or anything, and he walks with purpose, but he's not in a rush or a hurry as he is approaching to what it is that everyone is surrounding and looking at.
And Suki would be, even though these two are very much alike, he's almost the opposite. He's kind of almost bouncing like Muhammad Ali style. Like he's ready, he's primed, he already has his weapons out, and very fidgety. Starts that sway motion. He's ready to move, ready to go.
And those of you that wish to do so, make your way forward towards this knot of guard. And you have to kind of push your way through the rear ranks of them just a bit, kind of nudging them from side to side, gently, I'm sure, avoiding their spears and their suits of armor as best you can, until you're able to get a better look at what is going on kind of in the center of this knot. And you see a man that you would guess by the quality of his armor and his sword must be a higher ranking samurai of the Dragon Clan. Perhaps not the highest that you may come across traveling through their lands, but probably the highest ranking individual here, at least. He is cradling another soldier dressed similarly to the rest of the town guard here. And this man is gravely injured. He is missing his right arm from the elbow down, and this is a fresh wound. And in addition, a portion of his abdomen on the same side of his body has been laid open. And this higher ranking dragon is trying to basically hold this individual together, a man of middle age, as he is trembling and very quickly giving into the surrounding cold. And you catch just the barest of conversation between these two individuals. The dragon samurai asking him what happened, who did this. And the soldier replies, I do not know. They seem to come from nowhere, from everywhere at once. They killed the rest of my group. All of them. All of them are Akiko, Satoru, Jai. They're all dead. I am not far off. I feel the warmth of my life slipping away. And the dragon samurai kind of shakes him a bit and says, control yourself. Who did this? He says, they were great men, huge, horned heads, darkened faces, covered in fur and spikes. They spoke in a tongue I did not understand. Some of them breathed fire. Some of them were larger than a house. I am sorry that I have failed. I should have run. I should have brought word sooner. Then there's a great noise. To the north, some distance outside of town, you hear what sounds like a horn. What would you like to do?
Yu Jin, having medical expertise, I think he would first just kind of overlook the soldier to see if he's even able to save him from dying, at least bandaging him up to the point to where he would not die. Or just kind of examine him to see if his wounds are grave or can he survive.
You're fairly certain that without some kind of magical attention, that this individual is not going to survive the night.
Well, because Yoru would also be looking and wondering, on looking at him, would her healing magic be enough to save him?
Potentially.
Okay. Well then, I think she would like to try healing him. And
So as Yoru pushes her way through the crowd, and the snake samurai kind of looks up to see you coming, the dragon samurai kind of looks up to see you coming, and several of the guards kind of step forward to block your progress. What do you say?
she kind of glares at them with her yellow eyes, her cat's eyes, and says, I have healing magic. Let me through. Maybe I can help him.
They kind of look at you for a moment and then turn and look at the dragon samurai, who nods his head stoically, and they move their spears and let you pass.
She stands up as tall as she can. She's not a terribly tall person, But she has a certain presence to her that tends to make people move out of her way anyway. And she comes forward and hums to herself and looks at him and lays her hands on him and kind of hums some more. And she's going to, that you're going to see this like green magic, this green light come out of her hands and kind of go all over his body. And she's going to cast Cure Wounds on him. For, let's see, for 9 points of healing.
Excellent. And I imagine that as you do so, maybe even the warm smell of tea kind of fills the immediate area as this man's face goes from an expression of twisted contortion to more relaxation. He seems a little more tranquil and at peace. And the green energy that has come out of Yoru's hands kind of penetrates these wounds on this man. And the openings knit closed. The bleeding stops. And though he is still rather pallid, he seems at least to have been stabilized now. And it seems as though death has been staved off.
And she looks around also. Is there anyone here that can clean him and bandage him? That will help him to heal more quickly also.
The Dragon Samurai kind of nods and says, "Take him to the tea house. We have other things to attend." And he turns and kind of nods to two of the soldiers nearby who kind of gingerly pick this individual up and start leading him away. Meanwhile, the Dragon Samurai and most of the rest of the soldiers have started filtering further northward towards where this sound happened. I would imagine it's probably about this time that Luke has exited the tea house, pretty much just in time to see these soldiers carrying this wounded man past him.
And Luke steps and gives him birth so that they can enter, but he's examining the wounds as he passes by, and sees the lingering, stitching of said magic, and kind of half smiles and gives a bow to the gentle that's being carried, and then begins sprinting out toward his mistress. Now, is it correct to call her mistress in Asian terms?
I don't know that I've never really heard the term mistress used so much, but lady is certainly used.
Okay.
I'm sure there is a more appropriate term in their own language, but it translates to lady as far as I know. And likewise, lord is typically the used for males.
His lady, then. He runs to provide the support that she needs, even if it is a joke that she never laughs at, but he knows she finds it humorous.
Luke, you're here. It's about time. She kind of laughs at him.
What did I miss? Did you sing them a song?
Oh, yes, I did.
Soothing.
I sang that man a song.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Well done, lady. Well done.
I heard he was attacked, or that his whole group was attacked by large men with furs and horns and all sorts of horrible things. I rather fear for the town if they're coming this way.
And I would imagine we're all moving in somewhat of a throng right now, even with the commoners or the villagers, or...
Again, most of the commoners and villagers have tucked themselves away. They've shut themselves in the few buildings that are here. And right now, really the only northern movement is the soldiers that are kind of making their way towards. There's basically kind of an outlook platform that's near the edge of town that kind of looks over the area where this man supposedly had come from, the trail that leads up to this village from the pass, which is pretty much kind of down below you guys.
So it looks as though you've made some acquaintances here. They look to be capable.
Yes, I don't know much about them yet. I just barely had time to deal with that man. And she looks at the commander, and then once again stands up tall, says, "I'm Kakusu Yoru. May I ask whom you are?"
Yeah, so Soaring kind of just bows. I am Soaring Crane, and this is my companion, and he just kind of motions towards his friend.
Sukiko. Pleasure to meet you. Nushi. Which means madam in Mandarin. Nushi.
I do as well. And she nods back to everyone that nods to her.
I see you have learned to manipulate your chi into healing others. I have mastered herbs and able to make concoctions, but I have yet to master the ability to channel my chi into others.
My chi is found in my music. And that is where I can control it. I've been trained up in those sorts of magics. Mostly gentle ones. But it is very great to meet a man who knows the power of herbs as well. Perhaps we can help work together.
Yes.
I would like to learn about herbs.
Yes, absolutely. But it seems we have a pressing matter at hand. Perhaps we should focus on our task and ensure that the safety of the town is intact.
And
Yeah.
Luke is used to being overlooked, and he's actually thankful that no one addressed him. So he actually falls behind Yoru and allows them to just continue on, because the less that he can be asked questions, the better. He's always found that to be his best spot.
And Yoru, knowing that he likes to hang back then when she's been introduced to everyone, turns back and motions him forward and says, "This is Luke. He is my comrade. We've traveled together." And unlike Luke, she does not consider him somehow lesser. The Kazzbah are a little bit more, egalitarian than that.
Thank you, Nushi. And he bows. Who is your slight friend in the robes as we're walking?
I'm Kenji.
Well met.
And kind of without looking back, Suki just, it seems both of you might have a parallel path, as both you seem to be a little bit of a wandering folk.
I am a merchant from a merchant family. I'm looking for trade possibilities. But she kind of smiles, knowing that really she's just out adventuring.
You know I'm sure, make your presence be known, and kind of hard not to see you everywhere you go. But these two and he points to Luke and to Kenji. They are ones of wandering spirits.
And as he points to Luke, he kind of looks with him like he's wondering who. Oh, and then he's like, "Oh." He gets who he's pointing at. Somewhat, yes. I still haven't found what I'm looking for.
Well, we only truly find it when our end has come.
Aye, that it is. We must face that day.
And as the five of you approach this outlook point, you can see that the soldiers who have arrived there ahead of you, including the dragon samurai, have kind of come up short in their steps. None of them are talking to each other. None of them are moving. They're all standing there, almost frozen in place. And with the weather and the temperature plummeting the way that it has been, for a moment at least, you may consider that might have happened. And if not for their breath fogging out in front of them in a cloud, you might continue to think so as you approach and stand beside them, looking down into the Qingzheng Pass. And as you do so, looking out on this rather wide river valley that has been carved by a river that has snaked its way through these rocks for millennia, you see that the river has been broken up. The ice that would normally be encasing it shattered into pieces and pushed to the sides, as you see very long, narrow ships filling the waters, almost so close that their very long oars couldn't pass between one another. Their large rectangular sails, many of which are vertically striped, bearing various symbology and iconography in the middle of their sails. And on the banks, the rather narrow banks on either side of the river, you see a host of creatures, perhaps men, perhaps not, making their way forward with a steady progress. The entire group of them seem to be covered in fur. Many have horns. It is impossible to make out their facial features, especially from this distance. Most of them seem to be completely covered in darkness. And they carry weapons, many the likes of which you have never seen before. And there is a great, great host of them approaching. About that time, you see a singular individual near the back of this group that you can see, at least at the edge of your vision, through this swirling white wind and wall of snow. An individual strides forward amongst the ships and the men on the shore. This individual is probably nearing 20 to 30 feet tall. has the look of a man, at least somewhat, is white of hair, blue of skin, it appears, and is carrying an axe that seems to have a head on it that is easily the size of a small house. Even from this distance, each of his steps cause the rock beneath your feet to tremble slightly. On the path below you, less than probably 50 yards, you hear the crunching of snow and voices speaking to one another. So, in the chat, it looks like we've got people trying to suss out what's going on here with some history checks. Okay, so, Sukiko, apparently somewhere in your lessons, in your reading, likely during the portion of your life that you have lived in the Mantis clan lands, there are another group of humans that live on this continent, and they are named the Jakoshians. And the real world analog would be Norse, Viking. And they live on the other side of the mountains. The Dragon's Backbone Mountains separating the two cultures pretty much entirely, with the exception of the Qingjiang Pass here. And their land is a harsh land, almost constantly exposed to northern winds, the kind of northern winds that bring your winters when the weather shifts. But it's the kind of thing they are exposed to almost the entire year round. And they are a very warlike people. And they have conducted raids before. That's part of the reason why this outpost city exists, your guess is. And it's also why the Kojinagi Wall was built in the west, partly by Mantis clan. The Mantis kind of controls the northern half of the Kojinagi Wall currently. But raids have stopped coming from the west pretty much as soon as the wall was finished. So, armed with this knowledge, and with the vision you have just seen, what would you like to do?
First off, he's standing there overlooking all of this, and that dragon head hook sword kind of dips to the ground, kind of losing enthusiasm. He was hoping it really was Oni. But how did you pronounce the name again? Jakotans?
Jakoshians.
Jakotans. Been a long time since they've raided in this. My clan long ago built a wall to keep them out, but apparently they decided to swim around it. This is not going to be an easy battle. The big ones take down like stalk of grass, hit low, bring them down so you can fell and chaff the wheat from the top. Best advice I can give you: do not get hit by them as much as possible. One blow from them will sever a man in half. They have the strength behind it. Just look at them.
I think not getting hit's always a great idea.
How many soldiers are with us on the shore there?
From the lookout point where you guys were kind of standing, you could see on the shoreline on both sides of the river probably, I would say at least 100 per side. And that's before they kind of faded into the white mist of the snow.
And how many do we have on our side?
Probably 40, maybe 50.
All right. Do we have, like, are we up on a wall or some kind of cliff or something above them, or?
You guys are
Any-
kind of in a raised position on one side of the river. You have the high ground, as it were. There's several paths that lead down to the river, so that they can get water and have access to it for trading and things of that nature. But usually the river is frozen at this point.
So we have some tactical advantage if they have to come up the hill towards us.
Correct.
That's what I was just thinking about. I did roll. It would be an 18 perception to find like a choke point, like figure out where this army is going. And he would kind of nudge Jin. I might be book smart on history, but you're always the better tactician. Where do we stage this?
Mm-hmm. So Jin would basically kind of look at the situation like a go board and try to figure out what is the best strategy, at least as far as the number of soldiers that we have. There's obviously they outnumber us, so the best we can do is most likely have a stronger defense.
So the outpost is situated in such a way where it kind of encompasses this outcropping and the immediate cliff area, the kind of flat, cleared area on this mountainside. So to get to this outpost, there's a number of essentially goat paths. There is one wider road that has been dug out, added to, maintained, that comes up from I guess you can call it a dock down by the river. It's literally just one pier and like a building that kind of serves as the stopping point for anybody who may be arriving here at Mai-Chaki by boat. Right now it's completely abandoned. There's no one down there. But the road that comes in, even from the rest of the empire, kind of stops there first and then winds its way uphill towards the town itself. But there are several other paths that somebody could approach on Umaji, which is the riding birds that are common here in the Tsitian Empire, or on foot. And it definitely sounds like the path that is the northmost, that leads down from the outpost, the outcropping of rock where you're kind of standing right now. It definitely sounds like somebody is using that footpath. As I said, the snow is crunching and is getting louder.
If possible, would Jin and Suzuki be able to? I imagine there may be like a wagon that's filled with hay, and perhaps me and him could basically lift the wagon and just kind of like start rolling it down the hill, and maybe one of these soldiers could fire a flame arrow into it and just kind of send a burning wagon down the footpath.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that would be present. However, it's a little further back in town, so you're going to have to run back and get it and bring it back to this location if you'd like.
Yeah, looking at this, basically we have a wider road that probably is further to get to, but they're going to figure that out. So they're going to start with the footpath, but they're going to sooner or later get to the road. I think that if I could be so bold, I think the 5 of us could probably hold them off on this goat path and send the rest of the forces to hold the road. What do you think? Just keep drawing them up the goat path and keep picking them off as they go.
I think that sounds good to me.
they might see this as the weaker point and attack in larger force. We draw more away. And he'd kind of look around at the army, the small army that they have, and then to the people that he has around him, realizing that the people around him are probably worth more than the 40 people that are standing around.
Yeah, the guard still have not really moved, nor said much. They still seem to be frozen, which you now realize is with fear. The dragon samurai, while he does not seem to be quite as timid or fearful, he definitely seems to be lost as to what to do. Confusion is kind of playing across his face as he's looking out at this massive force that is making its way southward.
So Yoru is going to turn to her comrades and whisper, "What shall we tell him to do?" Knowing that she has the force of personality that might perhaps move him, but she wants a concise direction to give him.
I would say we need to snap him, at least the master, the Sifu, out of this. Get him to order his men down to the road. Start with bows, keep them at bay.
That sounds good to me.
Hold the road.
All right, so she goes to the dragon commander and stands up tall again and looks at him and just projects herself with all of her persuasiveness. And kind of like, first she hums a little just to kind of get her power together, and she looks at him and says, "Take your men, take their bows and hold the road. Get down there to a safe place that you've got a little cover. And you stop what comes there, we'll take the goat path." And she's going to use her power of persuasion on him. Oh, she rolled the nat 20, which with all of her skills is 27.
Fantastic. So he kind of snaps to as you begin addressing him, Yoru, and his attention immediately diverts to you, and he focuses on what you're saying and nods. He says, "Yes, I think that is a wise plan. You are smarter than I may have given you credit for. Men, to the road, quickly."
Oh yes, the wagon.
And he draws his sword. Go ahead.
Have a couple of men go and get your wagon.
He kind of looks confused for a moment, and then says,
"Oh, the one full of hay. You can take it. You can light it on fire." And
"Hi."
From the back, you'd kind of hear, "It would make a great rolling flaming ball." And he just kind of has his head down, like still like, "I didn't say that."
He says, "Hi."
Bring us the hay wagon, and we'll take care of that. And you get your men down there, and she's kind of like speaking loudly so the men will hear her and be influenced as well. And perhaps
Bring two.
And if you have two, that would be better yet.
The men turn and run off. The dragon samurai kind of shouting orders to them about making sure that they, stand in formation, they get their bows ready, and that their entire lives of training is now going to come to fruition. And after a few moments, you hear a couple of wagons wheeling their way across the frozen ground back towards you. But first, you begin seeing figures moving up the goat path towards you. You see a small collection of perhaps men, perhaps beast. it's kind of difficult to tell. Their heads seem to be almost entirely covered. Not unlike some of the samurai, you can tell that these men, if they are indeed men, are dressed in such a way as to invoke fear and doubt in their opponents. Several of them have incredibly long beards or hair that cascade down out of their helms all around in every direction. Some of it is red as fire, other the color of gold. They are bristling with armor, some of which has spikes. Much of it is covered in snow, and they don't even seem to mind. Fur adorns their bodies, and you can't tell if it's something worn or something grown. Their swords are broader than yours, shorter too, but look very heavy, as well as the axes that they carry, the head of which is easily larger than a man's hand splayed outward. And almost every single one of them carries a round shield. They look up from their hollow eye sockets, these dark orbs from beneath what may or may not be a helm. And they see you standing atop the rocky outcropping. And they begin talking to one another loudly in a language, again, that you don't understand. But the one thing that you do understand about their exchange is their laughter as they point at you with their weapons and continue up the hill nonchalantly. So, the way that this scene is going to play out is there are a number of them, and you're in a somewhat of a clearing, kind of at the head of this goat path that leads down towards the riverside. And I'm going to allow you to play this out cinematically. And if you wish to do so, you can roll a d4, a 1 or a 2, or a 1. Okay, roll a d4 minus 1. We'll handle it this way. And that's how many of these individuals you can describe killing if you wish to fight to the death. So, we'll go ahead and start with Longwei Luk.
Luke's been watching them as they've been approaching, and he's keen on this goat path. He grew up in the mountains. He's part of the Ram clan. His familiarity is there. And as they're getting closer, he can feel the adrenaline start to rise within him as he knows which weapon is appropriate for this battle. He reaches down and unhooks the Tetsubo from his belt, the steel Tetsubo that he had made and forged in his father's forge. And he grips it, and he begins walking down the path, and he takes a stance somewhat nonchalantly as he puts his foot forward and sort of stamps and sort of scratches at like he's a charging ram. And then he squares his shoulders with the Tetsubo forward as they're laughing. And then I'm going to spend an inspiration point to do one of those big leaps right into the middle of them. And as he's coming down, he's going to be smashing into the front of him with, the Tetsubo and cracking one of them across the head and bringing it up as an overhead swing as he takes another one and just literally crushes the guy's hip as he falls into his other companion. And he just brings the momentum around for another one and just brings it up over his head and squared down on the third one's head as he brings back into his stance, and he looks down at him through his eye slits and his mask, and he says, "It," and says next, but they don't understand him.
And as Luke has crushed various portions of 3 of these individuals, causing them to fall to the frozen ground, the laughter has stopped. And their attention, at least for the moment, is on the man who is standing between them with the face of a demon. Yu Jin.
So Yu Jin, as these men approach, he's wielding just something that seems to be wrapped in like kind of burlap cloth. It's just kind of wrapped up. And as they bring down their axes and swords, he's fending them off. And as he's fending them off, there comes a point where just where the handle is, the cloth kind of unravels a bit, and there is the handle of a sword that has a red tassel, and at the end of that tassel is a small glass orb that has a swirling white and black mist, constantly just moving inside this small pearl, if you will. And as he draws back, his hand moves to the handle, and as he pulls the jian, or the Chinese straight sword, from the sheath, it has that sliding metal sound, and as it flicks out, it has that serene hum. And he just basically moves around, and very quickly, various swooping movements, he quickly dispatches 3 of these individuals as his blade cuts in, like under the armor, across the neck, in the thigh, as they drop around him. And as he ends in a crane stance where one arm is up, the other one is down, and he's kind of in a crouch position.
So, as Jin has waded into the front lines of these individuals and has begun carving them up, they have been trying to get their shields into a position where they can defend themselves. But as of now, at least, it's done little to suppress the attacks. They are trying to organize, and as of right now, your speed is just too much and seems to be overtaking them. So, Sukiko, you are up.
It's the D4 -1, right? Just to clarify.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as Jin wades in and he starts dispatching, they kind of funnel in behind, and as one is taking a swing at his back, out comes this dragon head hook sword, just catching that blade in that hook. And the guy takes and kind of looks at him, and Suki just kind of smiles and winks at him as he flips, and the one sword turns into 2, and he has the tip of that blade, and he just real quick snaps the blade and brings that butt end of the dragon head hook swords, which has a nice spike on it, right into this guy's forehead. And another guy comes in from the left, seeing his friend just go down, and he takes a swipe with his left-handed sword that is impaling this other guy's head, and brings it down. Gentleman brings up his sword, thinking, probably with a smile on his face, that he blocked this, as that dragon head hook sword hooks that shield and pulls it down, pulling him forward straight into that half moon crescent that engulfs and protects his fist. Just comes right in, meeting as he pulls and jerks him down. Boom! And he ends up right behind, back to back, with his crane friend who's in this low double stance, and he has those dragon head hook swords out, swaying real slow. And those dragon head hook swords look like those extended praying mantis arms ready to snatch at anything that comes near.
Excellent. And Yoru.
Yoru's a little more cautious, and she stays a little bit more on the outside and just attacks the nearest one. She's very, very swift, and she takes her Zhuan and just swings it around every which way and gets a really good slash on one of those guys, basically not killing him, but taking him out of the action for sure. And I think, let's see. Then is there any cover?
Yes, there's quite a bit of rock outcroppings up here and trees as well. So there's plenty to kind of duck in and out of up here.
All right. Well, would she have, well, of course, okay, this is cinematic. So then she's going to get around back behind alongside a big rock so that she can have some cover for her next actions.
Okay. You absolutely are able to find it with very little trouble. And that brings us to Kenji.
And Kenji kind of has just been walking steadily as everyone else has kind of charged forward into battle. And he kind of stops for a moment behind the rest of the group, just a couple of feet back, kind of surveying the moment and the battle playing out in front of him. And then he just stops and he kind of looks upwards, away from the path that's coming up towards them and into the sky. And he brings both of his hands up, and everyone from behind you would just hear a booming voice, something that you haven't heard. You haven't heard Kenji say basically anything so far, but suddenly you just hear his voice ring out, and he just yells, "Snow and ice, strong as a dragon, sharp as its fangs. Bring these foes who dare attack to their knees." And suddenly you would see behind these warriors coming in, the snow that's falling and has been falling begins to almost swirl in like a whirlwind pattern around them. And some of the snow begins to melt into water despite the temperature, but other parts of the snow begin to collect together. And as the snow collects together, it becomes these long, thin blades of ice that begin to swirl around in just a torrential whirlwind of icy blades. As three of these warriors are just immediately just slashed. One, just a blade of ice just slams right through his neck. Another one into his side and into his stomach, as just three of these warriors are just engulfed in this spinning tornado of icicles and snow.
Fantastic. Each one of you can take a point of inspiration. You hear the carts rumbling up behind you as 4 soldiers, 2 on each wagon, they're really more carts than anything else, come tumbling towards you at breakneck speed. And as they're approaching, one of them says, Here are the and then a hail of arrows flies from beneath, turning all 4 men into pincushions as they fall to the ground and slide with their momentum as the carts drop the 2 lead tines and kind of scrape to a halt just at the back of your ranks. Several of these individuals who are still standing, though you have decimated their forces, close with you, some with sword, some with axe, some with spear. And each one of you is going to suffer 10% of your hit point total in damage from various close calls, perchance arrow wounds, or hits from these melee weapons, as these warriors match you with ferocity. However, it does not seem to have quite the same impact that you had on their numbers. However, you can see coming up the path behind them that there are more. And it appears that the news of opponents who may be worthwhile are to be found this way. And these Northmen start to make their way in droves towards you. So, we will start with the second round now. Same as the first. And I believe Yu Jin leads us out.
Yeah, Soaring Crane quickly moves over to towards the wagons, as he knows that they are crucial in their strategy. And as he does, he forgoes basically taking out any of these, like maybe just kind of fending them off, pushing them back as much as he can. But he makes his way over to the wagons, or the carts, I should say.
Okay. And I believe that Sukiko was next.
As his friend breaks ranks and starts working back towards the wagons, he would be following lockstep, proceeding backwards as he's been trained to half moon step, which is literally you step back and you slide your foot in a half moon. You don't really lift it up off the ground, you just slide it across so that way you can feel anything that might be in your way to avoid it. And as he's doing that, he'd be fending off as well. But as he's protecting his friend's back, there would be a sword comes in this way, and he's going to catch it once again with those hook swords, bringing one free across the gut, that hook tearing into the guts, cutting a smiley face across, the loose fat of your gut, as there's nothing to hold those innards in anymore, as this gentleman's intestines just spill out onto the floor. And he turns, blocking with that half moon, and he comes up with the other half moon right into the chin of another one, and he's just parrying. These swords are just whizzing, clinking off of everything as he's defending his friend as he backs up. And he would kind of snicker and say, "You may have been up one, you're now down one."
And next, I believe there was a tie between Luke and Yoru. So between the two of you, whoever would like to go next, may do so.
They move first.
I'm sorry, you said me first? Did you want me to go first?
Yes, please.
Right. So, it's warmed up now. She starts. All right. And so she starts just really going absolutely crazy with her Juan, and she's just swinging it this way and that way, and she manages to take a big leap and slice some guy's throat with it, and then bounce back and spin around and get the one behind her and get him in the gut, and then kind of head over the other way and give another one just a serious wound up in his shoulder that's probably not going to actually kill him, but definitely take him out of the fight. And then kind of bounces off, panting, getting ready for the next round. She's like, "Luke, get him! Maybe the wagons."
And seeing this, they have actually, a couple of them have actually brought together a rank of the shield wall, and he's standing there before him, and he's thinking he could waste his strength on trying to break the wall, but instead he crouches down low into a kind of a squat and rears back and just cracks down on the ankles of two of them, and basically you see him topple. But as he hops back up into position, he's taken out two of them. Another one juts forward, and as he's moving up to swat it away, he's not quick enough and catches an axe or a sword to his shoulder.
Yes, these heavy blades do not seem to be made with the same amount of attention to detail and skill as you may have grown accustomed to here in the Tsitian Empire, but they cut flesh. That much is for certain. And they're heavy, thick blades that your guess is they probably do not break easy, much like these men. And Kenji.
Kenji, after calling this storm, begins to wade forward into the fight with the rest of his newfound comrades. As he approaches towards the group, you see just the snow kind of falling around his hand, just collapses down into a sickle made of ice, and you would see come from the bottom of that ice sickle now in his hand a stream of water ending in a ball of ice on the other end, as he forms a kusarigama out of water and ice of the snow. And as he swirls around the ball end of it, flying around, grabbing the ankle of one of these men trying to form one of these shield walls, just yanking it out from under him, bringing around the sickle end and having it just fly, just brings it down straight into his chest while he's on the ground. And then with another flourish spinning around, the sickle end going around the shield of another one of the Vikings, just wraps around and slashes just right down his chest. As he kind of pulls the water and ice back into his hand, just locks eyes with the rest of them as he takes down two of them.
The corpses of these Northmen are starting to litter the battlefield, this relatively small clearing. And it's changing the layout, the tactics that you're having to use, the places you can actually go easily through this in this small area. And they are seeming to mount a defensive, forming up a shield wall at the south side or the north side of this clearing. And suddenly, a booming voice from behind their shield wall calls out, once again in a language that you don't understand. And their shields slam together, almost interlocking with one another. One edge going behind the edge of the man standing next to them, almost like scale armor. And in rhythm, they begin striding forward, one step at a time, as more of them join up, and they cover the width of this clearing. Spears come forward, sliding over the fronts of their shields, and they begin to advance across the clearing. What's happening with these wagons?
This was your bright idea, Jin. What are we doing?
Yeah, so I would imagine that Jin and Suki would basically grab each of the thrains and basically just kind of like rush them in towards that shield wall. And basically we just need somebody who can fire a fire arrow or bolt of fire or something, or throw a lantern into it. Just crush an oil lantern into it or something to set it ablaze, and just kind of like roll it right into that shield wall.
I would think that Yoru, being very quick, could toss a lantern and get at least one of them going. She's not so strong to push them, but she could certainly get something lit on fire.
So each of these carts is heavy enough that it's probably going to take two of you to get it moving.
Yeah, I mean that's what I figured. I figured me.
So, sure. So
yeah.
Jin and Sukiko are on one.
Yep.
Okay. So that
Girl
means
with light fires.
Yep. Yoru is busy trying desperately to use her flint and steel to try to spark the wick on these two lanterns, as I guess Luke and maybe Kenji is helping Luke. And just about the time that the four of you have managed to get the momentum built up on these wagons, these carts of hay, Yoru, you've managed to finally get the second lantern lit. So, if you would please, give me 2 ranged attacks. I would say that you are not proficient in throwing lanterns.
Oh, you didn't want to do that?
Since the wagon was my idea, I'm gonna give Carol one of my points of inspiration, so she has advantage
Yes.
on this roll.
You may absolutely do so.
That gives me an 8 and an 11.
Well, luckily, these cards are not very difficult to hit. So, one of them is a near miss, as it looks like it's going to sail over the wagon. And at the last moment, Yu Jin reaches out with either weapon or limb and guides it, smashing it down into the hay. The other hitting almost exactly where you had intended. And at first, the lot of you are probably slightly disheartened, as there's little more than smoke, and the realization that this hay is rather damp sets in. However, a little bit of dampness in hay cannot stave off something like burning lantern oil for very long. And as the smoke builds and thickens, darkens, it does indeed erupt into flames. And as these two carts are wheeling downhill, gaining speed, the wind passing over them, feeding these flames, they grow into infernos just about the time as they collide with this shield wall. Men are sent scattering. Shields and weapons fly. Pieces of broken cart and fire, burning hay, are thrown everywhere. Several individuals on fire themselves, running about, screaming in pain, to nearby embankments of snow to try to put themselves out in desperation. Several of which there's no hope, and their charred corpses fall to the ground to join their felled comrades. And through the swirling snow and roiling smoke of the battlefield, you all see an individual form in the obscurity at first just kind of a coalition of shadow that slowly becomes more and more corporal as a very large individual that stands easily ahead, taller than most of the rest of these men that you have been facing. He stalks out of the smoke and snow. And squares himself off against you across the space of this small clearing. And each heaving breath he takes sends swirling fog and smoke emitting from where his mouth should be in a plume. And this is where we're going to take our break. We'll take a 10-minute break. And when we come back, we will do a little dance.
Make a little combat.
Exactly. Get down tonight.
Have a little fun.
Thank you guys very much so far. I've been having a phenomenal time. Those of you who may be tuning in either now or at some point in the future, thank you very, very much. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself, at least to some extent, as much as we are. And yeah, this is the newly minted Erasmus Expeditions. I've recently renamed my channel. This is session 1 for a long-term campaign that will be in this setting. It is titled The Ashes of Heaven. And yeah, this is but a small taste of what's to come. And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone that is watching now or possibly in the future. We greatly appreciate you tuning in here. This is going to be an interesting series. I'm sure as we get more in depth and everyone gets more used to the system, we are going to start ruining stuff, which is going to be great. And of course, be sure to check out everyone's personal information and stuff that Jeremy here has provided in links, and I myself play in a fairly two long-running campaigns right now. Got Tyler Hurst over at Roll Up and Die. That's a Tumultier series of his, as well as a number of other games that he has run. And I also play regularly with Alan in his Monster Hunter campaign, which has a number of great people in it and just a really good pickup game. And be sure to check out the Dragon Grin Chronicles by RPG Construct. That is a large series that we've been running now for a while as well. Thank you guys again.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's
And it's totally not Roll Up and Die. On a roll. I think on a roll.
Oh, Tyler's
Tyler,
yeah.
Tyler, on a roll. I always think Roll Up and Die.
Which is also something that is worth checking out. Absolutely.
And thank you, Jeff, for the correction.
It's a fantastic podcast. But yeah, in general, the Absolute Tabletop official Facebook group is a hell of a place. It's where this game was put together. It's where I believe probably both of the games that Scott just mentioned were put together.
Tyler's game was actually my second game I ever played in the beginning of his series, and that was actually on the OSG. And then Excellent. From there, everybody's migrated to Absolute Tabletop. Still both two great communities.
Yes, very much so. So yeah, I highly recommend going out and going and checking both of them out. It's filled with people who run games like this, who are looking to play in games like this, who are creative and supportive, and just generally a great place to hang out, in my opinion.
And it's full of people like myself, Carol, and Alan, who all pestered this gentleman to finally run part of this series for us online. Took a while. We got it.
Yep. Yeah, it's underway now. But yeah, it's as much as you guys joke around about trying to coerce me into running it, I am just thankful that there are people that were interested enough in hearing about the escapades that my home group was getting up to, enough to ask after such a game. So.
Yeah, Jeremy, I was this close to going to change.org and starting a petition, but luckily you decided to go ahead and run the game.
Well, hopefully it
was going to be Kickstarted and everything.
Hopefully it lives up to all the hype. So it looks like looks like Carol may still be away. But yeah. So it seems like you guys might be in for a little bit of a treat.
So how big was this gentleman again? Or do you want to wait until Carol gets back?
Yeah, I'll wait until she gets back.
Right. And I have to say I love the name of Mai-Chaki town. That's at least what it sounded like over the phone. It's like Mai-Chaki.
Yeah, it's definitely not one of the more appropriately named place names that I've come up with. But it's all
it works, man. The internet. It's just as good of a name as any other. It could be worse. There are some towns and stuff out there that are named, and you're just, like, you see the sign for them, and you're like, "Are you serious? Whoever thought that was a good idea?"
All right, we'll give Carol another minute or two here, and then we'll get this ball rolling again.
And Alan, that laser pointer comment was hilarious. Comments about using a laser pointer to set Carol's character on the enemy.
Like, I'm just going to point a red laser at each enemy and just watch her.
We love you, Carol.
What was Kenji?
And I heard every word. You got to understand. On wireless headphones, we'll go out in the kitchen with me.
Oh, so you were just eavesdropping then? You weren't participating in the conversation?
I was getting my sandwich for dinner. So I'm going to leave the camera off here for a little bit. But I'm ready.
Okay, so we are going to keep the same initiative order that you guys had already established, which I have not rolled for this gentleman that is now entering the field of battle. But so far I have Jin, Sukiko, Yoru, Luk, and then Kenji. And we are going to move from the cinematic combat that we were having earlier into more of a traditional initiative-based round with rolls, attacks, all that good jazz. So, if you would like to use your Kung Fu, this will be the first Kung Fu roll for the campaign. So the way that it is calculated once again is depending on the style that you have chosen. It is 2 of your stats modifiers combined. It is that number of D6. Dragon style is indeed strength and intelligence. Jeff, yes. You roll that number of D6 and you set them aside. And what you are looking for is pairs. In order to purchase a Kung Fu stunt during the Kung Fu action portion of your turn from the list that you have been provided, you must be able to remove a pair of that value or higher from your Kung Fu dice pool. And as students of your various styles, you only have access up to 3.
Just real quick, sure. The max that we can spend is up to 3.
No, the stunt type that you can get up to is a 3 or lower.
Okay, on that list that we have. Okay,
correct. Yes, and Carol brought up a good point earlier. There is one maneuver, one stunt on each of your tables that has a 1+ listed next to it. This is the only stunt on your chart that can have multiples purchased in one round. So, for example, if you spend a pair of 6s, you cannot perform 2 3s. But you could perform 6 of the 1+s. Some of this stunt chart and all of this kind of stuff was taken from the AGE system, the Dragon Age role-playing game system. And just keep those set aside. When you spend them, just kind of move them away from your dice pool. Yes, only pairs will count. And at the bottom of each round, I will call for Kung Fu Drain. And essentially, if you did not purchase a stunt on your turn, you still will lose a die every round. You get to choose which one. And in the event that anybody that is still involved in the ongoing combat drains their pool completely and runs out of dice, then everybody who is still involved gets to re-roll their spent dice and add it to their existing Kung Fu pool. It sounds very complicated and convoluted up front, but again, once we get into it, I promise it'll make sense and it'll flow. Okay, so this Joker. Okay. Okay, so before we get this rolling, it looks like there's a couple of questions coming up in chat, so I'm going to address those first. Let's see. So Jeff has asked, if you use a pair of 5s to purchase a 3-point stunt, does that mean that you end up with a two pair left? Yes. So if you spend a pair of 5s, you can purchase both a 3-point stunt and a 2-point stunt.
One round?
In one round, yes. As long as they're not the same stunt. Is the only restriction.
So the only one that you can buy multiple times is the +1.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. But any other combination equal up to the die that you have pairs of?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I know
And
we
since
covered
I
all
got
this
two
before.
fours, I can subtract 1 and either do a 3 or back off to the 2. But either way, those 2 dice are spent, right? On the next.
What's that?
Those 2 dice are spent.
If you had
Yes.
2 4s, you could do like a +2/+1 maneuvers in your 2 maneuver, or
Any
a 3 and a 1. Yeah, just up to the number that you have.
But those dice will not be counted the next round. I'll only have 3 instead of 5.
Correct. Yeah, you'll keep just the pool that you rolled, and those 2 dice that you spent the pair of, you will pull away from the pool.
Okay.
So you'll have fewer dice to pull from on subsequent turns until somebody runs out of dice. And when you run out, let me know, and then I will call for people to re-roll the spent dice that they have. And then if you have, like, when somebody calls that they're out and you've got 2 left and you have a total of 6 that you normally roll, then you'll roll your other 4, keeping those 2 what they were, and add the 4 that you just re-rolled back into that. And again, we'll take it easy. We'll go a little slow at first, just so that everybody can kind of get the hang of it. Yes, sometimes, Carol, pairs don't come up. It's pretty frequent with the number of D6 that you guys roll, but it does happen. So you just won't be able to use your Kung Fu this round. So looks like those are all of the questions. Okay. So that brings us to Jin's turn.
All right, I am going to attempt a Kung Fu move right out the gate. So Jin, being true to his Kung Fu name, Soaring Crane, actually rushes over and basically is going to jumps up and is going to jump off of one of these other Vikings, per se, and just like a crane, he's going to soar in a crane stance as he soars up to this huge creature of a man. And I'm going to attempt to do unseen talons as I go to poke out his eyes using my 5-point Kung Fu move. So it says that is to make a dexterity saving throw or become blind until the end of my next turn.
Unfortunately, you will not be able to purchase the 5 as of you are a student. So you can only access up to 3 on your chart as of right now. Correct.
Okay, got it. Okay.
That would have been awesome, though.
It would have. This means black. Choose.
We'll save that for future fights.
Yep. Okay. So I'll do Swift Wings block stick, which I'll choose him as my target until the end of my next turn. All the target's attacks against me have disadvantage, so that'll be 3-point. And then I'll continue my same action. I'll fly towards him. I'll use the Graceful Fisherman to do the jumping flying kick. So I guess I'll make that attack.
Okay. And the way that attacking and damage works with your Kung Fu maneuvers is, as students, you get to add either the modifier from either one of the 2 stats that go into your particular style to the attack roll. You get to choose. And then the damage is listed on your chart. It's either some of it's a 1-pointer, some of it's a D4. It just kind of depends on the stunt.
Okay.
So for Crane, you get to choose either your dexterity modifier or your wisdom modifier to add into your attack.
Got it. I'm gonna go with my dex there, which is gonna give me an 18 on the attack.
And that absolutely makes contact.
Okay. So my flying kick is going to do 6 points of piercing damage. And that's my Kung Fu maneuvers. Outside of that, I still get to make my normal, or Kung Fu takes place instead of my normal?
No, Kung Fu is a completely separate part of your turn.
Okay.
Usually referred to as your Kung Fu action. So you still get your action, bonus action, reaction, all of that kind of stuff. This is just an addition to.
Perfect. Yeah. So basically, yeah. So I go, I jump, I soar through the air like a crane with my flying kick. It just slams into his chest, sending him back, kind of making him lose his footing. And as I press the advantage, I'm going to flurry of blows. So I'll spend one of my key points on that. Martial arts maneuver as a monk. Make my first attack. That is going to be an 18 again.
Yes, it does hit.
All right. I'm going to roll my other two attacks really quick. 15 on the second and 7 on the last one. So I imagine only two.
7 will not hit.
Yeah. All right. So I'll roll my damage. 7, 10, 18 piercing damage as I basically flick my straight sword, just waving in front of him, and then as I end again in sweeping motions as I take the stance of the swift wings block the stick, giving myself an advantage in blocking any incoming strikes that he would have against me.
Excellent. Yeah, he definitely staggers back against the array of attacks that you bring to bear. And though he doesn't seem as phased as some of the opponents that you may have faced before, it definitely doesn't look like he's used to this kind of combat.
Awesome. And I just want to point out, so way of the Kensai, if I'm using my martial arts weapon, which I've designated, or my Kensai weapon, which I've designated as my sword as well as darts, but using the sword, whenever I make the attack action, and basically until the end of my next turn, I get a +2 bonus to my AC, hence the +2 over here, next to the 15. So my AC at this moment is 17.
All right. That brings us to Sukiko.
Jin comes swooping in with this jump kick as they were standing together because they just got done pushing that cart anyways. And as he comes sweeping in, I take it he probably comes in like from the left. Suki's just going to go straight down the middle, all Naruto style, the sword straight out the hack as he just starts running through this group right towards this guy. And he's watching as Jin hits him, how he moves, what's affecting him, and how he carries his weight. And just to get into this as well, I'm going to use one of my Kung Fu moves right now, and it's going to be Bug Moves the Boulder, which choose a target, and for the remainder of combat, I may ignore any size difference between me and the chosen target. I'm sure he's bigger than me by something. Is he larger than me on scale, or is he just still like medium?
I would say he's definitely still a medium creature, but he is, I would say, probably at least a foot taller than you, if not more.
So we'll say it factors in there somewhere, just to kind of use it.
Absolutely.
I guess. And as I come in, what is this? I guess We'll just leave that for now. As he comes running in, and he sizes up this man and how his balance is. He's going to come in and make 2 slashes with the sword. The first one is, I'm sure it misses, only a 14.
Does. He kind of nimbly dodges out of the way.
And this is right after the jump kick, so he's still stumbling. So this stumble kind of like works into him getting away from the sword as it comes across. But what he doesn't see is the other one's coming straight in, right in between his legs. And I'm going to use a superiority die to do a tripping attack. All right, so there's a 5 for that. The second strike is going to, if he was hitting with an 18, I rolled an 18 to start plus 5. So if he's hit,
yes.
He has to make a strength saving throw beating a DC of 13. Or be knocked prone.
He failed.
Oh.
And falls prone.
This hook sword just, like, it's parallel straight up and down to the ground. So it slides, wedges perfectly because it's a nice thin blade right in between the leathers that are meant to, like, protect his legs. And then just a little twist and a yank. And the momentum of him dodging that feint and also getting hit. It's almost like a practice maneuver between these two. Whew, that leg just comes out as this giant of a man comes tumbling down. And it's actually going to do, that was a D6, 9 points of damage as it just cuts into like his Achilles heel. And that is Suki.
And a spurt of blood, crimson, sprays out from him, covering the white of the snow nearby as he tumbles backwards onto his back and has to kind of start gathering himself back up again. But as he's attempting to do so, Yoru, it is your turn.
Yoru, excuse me. Yoru, looking at this giant of a man coming down, is angry. She's angry that he brought his men. She doesn't like any of this. In her anger, she thinks heat, and she gets an idea, and she holds her sword flat and grabs a bit of burning straw and lays it on there, and kind of sings out and waves her hand, and she casts heat metal on his big great axe, which will it will turn. I can cause the object to grow red hot. If any creature in physical contact with the object takes 2d8 fire damage. So this thing just glows hotter and hotter and hotter, and he's going to take 11 damage from it. And it says if he is holding or wearing it and takes damage from it, he must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or drop it.
Okay, and what is the DC that I'm looking for?
That would probably be my DC, wouldn't it?
Yes, your spell DC.
13.
A 13?
Mm-hmm.
Which is what he got on his con save.
Does that mean he gets to keep holding it? Or no, he gets to drop it?
I don't know. It's up to you. Whatever those description says.
He gets to pick.
It must succeed.
If he fails, he automatically drops it. If he succeeds, he gets to pick if he wants to hold it or drop it.
If he doesn't drop the object, he has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn.
Okay, but he does not take the damage if he passed.
Well, he takes the damage in any case.
I see. Okay. And it was 11?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she thinks, oh yes, and she turns towards her friend Luke. And she sings encouragement to him. And gives him 1 bardic dice. Bardic inspiration dice. So within the next 10 minutes, he has a D6. He can add it to ability check, attack roll, or saving throw. And once he uses it, of course, it's gone.
Excellent. So
yeah, did he drop the weapon or not?
He did not. He seems to be holding on to it as this smoke and steam and the smell of searing flesh rise up from his hands.
To make it clear, I
Yes.
missed a part there. Until the spell ends, I can use a bonus action on each subsequent turn to cause the damage again.
Excellent.
So you mean if that affects your decision?
For the moment, it will not. But thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, definitely keep on top of that because it's not something that I will be likely to remember.
All right, so he's got disadvantage and the possibility of more pain.
So as Yoru sings her song of encouragement in the direction of Luke, we arrive at Luke's turn.
And Luke, feeling the inspiration, he turns and sort of nods a quick nod as he begins using Goat Navigate's Ledge. And as he does so, he kind of brushes up against one of the monks as he's coming past, just to let him know that he's coming through, as he works his way past him and works his way up to the Viking laying on the ground, virtually Viking, and puts his foot underneath the guy's head and kicks it up in the air as he does a headbutt with him with locking horns. So I need to roll for that, right?
Yes, sir. And with Ram, you get to add either your strength or your constitution modifier to the attack roll.
Okay. So that is a 16 to hit.
That does hit.
Okay, so I headbutt him for a total of 4 points of damage. And then I bring up my Tetsubo, and as his head's coming down, I'm just going to overhand chop on his head with a menacing attack. So I'm going to, well, if I hit, I'm going to use menacing attack. So that is a total of 20 to hit.
Yes, absolutely makes contact.
And for 12 points of damage, but I also need to add in my superiority die. So that's 11 points of damage, but they also have to save versus wisdom of 13 is the DC.
You failed that as well.
Okay, so now he is frightened of me until the end of his next turn. And then I step back and I just hold the Tetsubo forward as I hold my hand out in a stance. Just sort of exaggerated, sort of daring.
And as he continues to kind of flounder on the ground, being assailed as he lies upon his back, Kenji, you have the opportunity to go before he gets to his feet.
Alrighty. So I pre-roll most of it. The only thing is I'm going to add advantage to one of those. So I think that'll be a 24, a 17, and a 19. I think that'll all hit.
It does all hit, yes.
So Kenji charges up forward, seeing him on the ground, and actually goes to kind of like half kneel down next to him, and he brings just a hand down towards this guy on the ground. And as his hand hits and passes through the plane of his chest, instead of his hand kind of impacting, it actually just like goes through him as if going into a pool of water. And where Kenji's hand was, it just splashes out water tendrils of fingers basically that scatter across his chest. And then suddenly, just at the edge of his wrist, you just see a crackling of lightning. And then the water connecting his wrist to the rest of this guy's body just conducts this electric blast that rushes through his body, sending this massive shock blast through him for 10 damage. And then as he kind of pulls his hand back out, the water kind of stays on his hands, forming these claws made of ice as he uses one of his kung fu moves, Twin Talon Strike. It's just 2 quick slashes just with these ice claws on his hands for 1 damage, then 2 damage. So it'll be 13 total damage, 10 of it's lightning, 3 is slashing.
So his body is convulsing under this lightning power as these Twin Talon strikes cut into him. And he is grunting and screaming from the various sources of pain that are being inflicted upon him. And he reaches over from where he had started to lose his grip on his great axe, both from the extreme heat that had been conducted into it by the magic of Yoru, as well as the involuntary spasms that his muscles were thrown into by Kenji's lightning. And his hand grips the haft of his great axe with a sizzle and smoke as it burns into the flesh of his hand. And he emits a roar. And stands to his feet, reaching his full height once again. You can feel the intense unbalance in this individual. The sheer anger coming from him is palpable, almost as if he's raged. And he turns to the nearest individual who seems of a warrior nature, in the way of Longwei Luk, who had squared off with him with his iron tetsubo. He brings his great axe to bear in attempts to inflict bodily harm upon you. He is at disadvantage. Longwei Luk, what is your armor class? 17. Thank you very much for putting that up. Okay, he hit a 17. On the nose. Okay. So he rears back, kind of with an overhead spinning strike, allowing the heavy weapon to gain momentum. And it connects. And as it does so, you can see the smoke that is kind of rising up from his hands as he's gripping the axe, the haft of this axe. The smoke, instead of rising into the air for a moment, seems to take on the form of dragons, but not in the way that you're the style of dragon that you're accustomed to. These dragons are more muscular. They're not as lean or as serpentine. And these dragons, seemingly pulled underneath his command for the moment, as the smoke that forms them is rolling up from his own hands, charge down the haft of his axe, encompassing the head along with this strike. and you take 18 points of slashing damage. As the head of his axe, along with these snarling beasts of smoke, bite into your body. And as he whirls to complete this attack, he then spins with the momentum, continuing on, and reaches out with a spiked gauntlet and is going to swing at Kenji. I don't think that one has disadvantage, or is it all of his attacks?
I think it's all of them. Let me
Okay.
double check. Let's find the right. Here. It says. Right. Damage. If it doesn't drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of my next turn. So it doesn't say. I would assume that's all of them, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's still going.
Yeah, it sounds like
until
it.
the start of your next turn.
Yeah, it sounds
Yep.
like even with a different weapon, it sounds like it would probably still be imparted. So he swings. In Kenji, it's almost just a complete wild swing, and you easily are able to dodge out of the way. And
Sorry, I cut for a second there. Could you say that one more time?
I'm sorry, yes, you easily manage to duck out of the way as his hand kind of swings wildly, almost in a backhand strike, and it's too high. He misjudges your height, being so much shorter and smaller, even than the rest of your compatriots. Okay. We are at the bottom of the round. If you did not purchase a Kung Fu stunt this round, go ahead and lose one of your die of your choice. You do not re-roll spent dice at this point unless somebody is out of Kung Fu dice. That brings us back to the top of the round with Jin.
Yeah, so pre-rolled my stuff up there. So basically, mechanically, it's going to be an attack, and then I'm going to spend another key point to do flurry of blows. So basically, what does it look like? Jin moves in, and as he moves in, he sweeps his sword along the ground. Dragonfly sweeps the lake. As he comes up in a giant arc, and he just steel clashes on steel, sparks just fly. He spins around, his robe is just kind of like waving in front of his face, distracting him as another blow comes down. Sing, clinks, and then the last one comes across, but is deflected off of that armor, and ends again with Jin, sword held high in a defensible crane position. So he will take a total of 18 piercing damage. Or at least that's what I delivered.
And you notice that where your attacks were landing with no problem before, something about the anger that courses through this man now, that he seems to almost be harnessing, channeling the way you would chi. He seems to be fueled by this anger, and it even seems to somewhat be protecting him, as your blows don't seem to be doing quite as much as they were before. That brings us to Sukiko.
This giant of a man lunges forward to attack Kenji's. And you see in a low
low front stance, this kind of mantis-looking gentleman, and he tilts his head looking at him and going to use Stalk the Prey. I'm going to actually be buying 2 Kung Fu points, Kung Fu things in this one. Going to start off with Stalk the Prey, which is choose a target for the remainder of combat. Anytime that target moves, I can move the same amount of distance up to my normal speed. So he further sizing this up, like a mantis would, you size up your prey. What are they going to do? Where are weaknesses? How can you strike at this thing and be effective? As he just dashes real quick. I'm just circling like around him, so not to like take a hit of opportunity kind of deal. And as he comes running by, he pretty much like slides on the ground and just hooks that dragon head hook right into that same Achilles heel that he tripped him up with before. And that's going to be using the collapsing bridge, and that was the other thing that I'm buying. It deals 1 point of damage of piercing damage. In addition, the target must make a strength saving throw or drop 1 carried item from their hand. So as he's lunging forward and it's searing his hand, he just hooks this thing and just kind of gives it a yank. Maybe he may accidentally drop it by grabbing down to reach for his ankle.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your Kung Fu attack. And with Mantis, you get either your dexterity or your intelligence modifier added to the attack roll.
That's a 19 to start plus 3, so 22.
Yes, absolutely.
And that only does 1 point of damage, but he ends up having to do the strength save now?
Correct. And what was the DC? It's a Kung Fu move.
So how do you figure the DC for that?
Okay, so the DC is 8 plus your proficiency plus either one of your modifiers, depending on just whichever one you wish.
I didn't hear the beginning of that because it told me that the earbuds are getting low. So what was that again? I'm sorry.
It's your proficiency modifier.
Yep.
Plus your plus 8 plus whatever ability you choose from the 2 that are accompanying your style.
Okay, then that's a DC 13.
And he abysmally failed.
All right, so then that searing pain in his hand as well as that jarring forward, he yanks on this, and he's actually, as he hooks and slides and that catches him, he catches himself and brings that other hook around for my first attack, which would be a 19 to hit. And I'm going to use a superiority dice. I wrote this all down. To do another tripping attack. So as he's making him like reach down to grab, he's going to try to trip this guy up once again. So that's another DC strength save of 13.
He got a 13 on the die, so he's good.
So he at least stays up, reaching down for his ankle as he drops that weapon, he lowers his center of gravity and he stays up. But he still takes 7 points of damage from, actually, I'll just give you the damage at the end because all of these hit. So he rips those out, and he still just slashes real quick at like the back of his knee twice because I'm going to use my action surge along with it. And with that total, like as the hook, the yank, getting him to drop his weapon, ripping those free, and then slashing at the back of his knee, trying to whittle down this leg, 19 points of damage. And that is me.
Okay. So, as the attack presses, Sukiko delivers a rapid series of slashes with these 2 weapons and his Kung Fu, his Mantis-style Kung Fu. Yoru, it is your turn.
Okay, so he's dropped his axe. Do I understand that right?
Yes, it fell from his hands.
Okay. So I can't maintain that spell anymore because he doesn't have it, I'm assuming. I mean, it doesn't do any good if he's not holding it.
That is true.
So she's going to she comes in close. She comes in close and gets up in the snake style for Kung Fu and you see her holding her sword like a snake's head, and it's weaving around, and she's got her shield in the other hand, and she's just waiting for the right opportunity. And when she sees it, she attacks with her sword. That'll be 16. Does that hit?
It does, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well, then as she does that, she also gives kind of a hum and spends a bardic inspiration dice. So she does 8 points of damage with her sword, and then she does puts 3 points of poison damage on him as well.
How much was from the sword itself?
You would ask me. 8.
Okay, so he'll take the half from the sword, but the poison is something that his resistance doesn't protect him from, so he'll take all of that.
All 3 of them, huh?
Well, it's not halved, which is nice.
Yeah. So how's he looking? Like, is he bloody, or is he?
This guy has taken a severe beating from the 5 of you. And though he is severely injured from multiple wounds now and is very openly bleeding into the snow, it doesn't look like it's necessarily slowed him all that much. I'm sure that you guys are used to certain individuals having tenacity, but this goes pretty far beyond tenacity. It's almost supernatural how resilient and tough this individual is. He definitely still seems to be in this fight.
All right. Well, she's going to trust in her agility as she's standing there in front of him with her shield up, or actually probably off to his side, dancing around and seeing what happens next. That's the end of her turn.
Real quick, just to cover, can you guys hear me?
Luke.
We can hear you real soft, Scott.
I tried to talk softly.
Okay.
You're really, really quiet, Scott.
Okay, so as this big old meanie stepped in and literally hacked viciously at Luke's ribs, he felt the searing bite, not only of the steel entering his flesh, but also the heat of the blade as it wrenched into him. And it actually spun him around as it hit him. And for a moment, he had a flashback where he was accompanying his trainer. It was a samurai that he worked with under his father. And during one of their trips, he had encountered a bandit on the road, a big, meaty man. And the trainer had forced him to fight him just because it was a good lesson. And he remembers what he told him as he was on his hands and knees. He said, the only reason a warrior is alive is to fight. And the only reason a warrior fights is to win. And as he turns around, he sets himself in a stance with the Tetsubo and takes a second wind as a bonus action. And so that's a total of 6 points. This guy is now prone again, right?
I believe he is not. I think he passed that saving throw.
Okay.
He did drop his weapon. Can you guys hear me better now?
You're still real quiet, Scott, but I think I got that you're saying he is indeed standing still.
He is still standing, yes.
Okay, cool.
Okay. So what Luke does then is as he sets himself, he actually sets the Tetsubo down and grabs the guy's left arm and actually pulls him up, and I'm going to do a acrobatic maneuver to climb around on his back and draw my wakizashi. So I'm going to have to do the attack with an action surge on the next turn. but you get a D6 bonus on that. Plus, I'm at advantage, I believe, because I'm still in the Kung Fu bonus here. Goat navigates ledge, acrobatic checks concerning balancing. I get advantage.
Yeah, I'll grant that in this case.
Okay. So 22 with inspiration.
Incredibly gracefully, you manage to mount this rather large man from behind, and you're more or less kind of got your legs, I would imagine, kind of wrapped around his lower torso, his hips, if you will.
Yep.
And you're kind of holding on to maybe these spikes on his pauldrons or maybe the horns on his helm.
Yeah.
Kind of stabilize yourself, but you're definitely in position.
And I grab the wakizashi and I use an action surge to throw a precision attack against his throat.
If you can hear me, you can have one of my inspirations roll with advantage. I have no problem with that because this is awesome.
Hey, we can hear you.
I can hear you.
I would say you're probably at advantage since you're on him, as it is.
Okay. So that is a total of a 26 to hit.
A 20 anything will hit him.
Okay. So precision attack, I go to actually stab him in the underneath his beard. And damage on that, 1d6 plus 3. So 9 points of damage.
And as you nick the side of his neck, and a new, fresh fount of blood sprays forward, probably onto several of your compatriots who are closed in with this individual. He definitely kind of emits somewhat of a gurgle noise, but this guy is still bringing it. He is a tank of a human being. Not that any of you would know what a tank is.
Right. And I think I still have 1 point of headbutt, if I could throw that in there.
You still have your kung fu action, so you may do so.
I had one point left, so that's a 21 to hit, so total of 4 points of damage. So I headbutt the back of his head.
Yep.
And I'm spent.
So Luke has placed himself on the back of this individual and is pummeling him, slashing him from behind. Kenji, you see an opportunity.
So Kenji, kind of seeing this man kind of restrained from behind as Luke has jumped on him, Kenji just kind of raises an arm up into the sky, and from above, some of the snow begins to swirl above him again, and the snow condenses down into ice. 3 different blades, like short sword blades, form of the ice and just fall like hailing spears down onto this berserker raged monster that is in front of us. That's going to be 3, 4, then 5 force damage for 12 total from a magic missile spell.
And each one of these kind of slams into his chest, his upper shoulders, just barely missing Luke and his arm as it kind of reaches out and slashes and strikes at this man. And he staggers, almost dropping to a knee. But he stops himself by reaching over and picking up Luke's Tetsubo. He grabs a hold of the haft of it and uses it almost like a walking stick or a cane, and pushing his weight against it, his weight and Luke's, standing back up as tall as he can. He pulls this Tetsubo out, wielding it easily with one hand. He reaches down and scoops up a shield, mostly broken, from one of his fallen comrades nearby. The shield itself is still on fire. And he wheels around to face Kenji. He rears back with this Tetsubo and strikes.
Would you say is it disadvantage because I'm on his back?
Apparently, no.
I don't know, man. I mean, like, this guy's got a crazy, crazy strength.
Well, and technically he's still frightened of me, and I just... So... But I'm good. He is definitely larger than I am, so that's understandable.
Yeah, I think, like, this guy is, I mean, he is a beefy mofo. So I think you're on his back, and that's definitely an issue. But you're kind of like a backpack to him. So Kenji, Dave, what does your Tetsubo do as far as damage?
My Tetsubo is 2d6.
Okay.
Plus strength.
Right. And Kenji, as you had called down these magic orbs and slammed into his torso, you were pleased at the manifestation of your power, of your magic, and you expected it to stop him, to finally bring him down, and it looked like he was about to. And perhaps just that momentary lapse in your guard allowed him to come through and connect as this Tetsubo hits you across the sternum for 18 points of damage, bludgeoning.
And Kenji goes flying like a baseball hit by a batter hitting a home run. And he flies back a couple feet, slamming his head on one of the rocks on the side of the battlefield, and just drops limp.
He whirls about, attempting to find another target. And his eyes settle upon Sukiko. He takes a stride, again, almost completely ignoring the weight of Luke upon his back. But this swing is wide and doesn't find purchase on the Mantis Clan's the Mantis Clan individual's body.
Yeah, I'm totally riposting this guy.
Okay, excellent.
So as this sledgehammer comes down, just the Mantis, he's there, and he just like slides right up underneath, and I get to make I can use my reaction to expend a superior die and make a melee weapon attack against the creature. So let's do that. Now, would you allow me to use... no, I can't. Damn it. I was going to ask if I could use a maneuver during it, but I think it's more of a... Well, actually, this is a maneuver, so I can't. Da-da-da-da. Looking at 18 to hit.
It does connect.
All right.
His shield is providing him a little bit of extra buffer, but that does manage to bypass it.
He just slides underneath this massive, pretty much maul as it comes down, once again, as he runs by, trying to get around to the side of him, slashing at that same ankle, either the knees or the ankle. He's as the little old man in the garden used to tell him back at the monastery, at the temple, as Zhao Pen, if you can't climb the mountain, bring the mountain down to you. So he's just hacking this thing apart.
And how much was the damage that you dealt?
I'm sorry, that was 7.
7 points. All right, thank you. That brings us to the bottom of the round.
Don't I come after him?
That was a
that was his.
reaction
Oh,
on his
never
part.
mind. I was confused. Oh, yeah.
Not a problem. So, if you did not purchase a Kung Fu stunt, go ahead and select one of your die from your pool to drain.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Since I bought a second action with Action Surge, would you be willing to allow me a rally, one of my fighter moves, so that I could rally my compatriots?
What does rally cost?
It's a bonus action. So basically what I'm thinking is as this round is winding down, I use that bonus action to speak words to my allies to invigorate them. And it gives them temporary hit points plus my charisma modifier. So I roll a d8 and then plus my charisma, and that's temporary hit points that they get.
And you didn't use a bonus action on your turn?
Not on my second turn, because I did buy the second turn through Action Surge. The second action.
Yeah, Action Surge does not grant you a second turn. It simply grants you another action. So you still only have one bonus action per round.
Okay. My bad.
No, it's okay. It's all about just learning and making sure that we're on the same page. I don't mind fielding those kinds of questions at all. Okay. So, if you've already done your Kung Fu Drain, I noticed that Jeff said that he was out of dice. However, as he is not currently involved in combat, that will not trigger the reroll. But that does bring us back to the top of the round with Jin.
Yeah. So Jin moves in, and he just takes a kung fu stance, and he moves in. And as he moves in, I imagine this guy swings with his shield, and he kind of bobs under it, whap whap, as the dust just comes off his armor. He goes to move in. He grabs Jin by the throat, and Jin locks in his joint, pulls it down, ups in his face, and kicks him. And I imagine as he's hitting him, he's moving him into one of the nearby buildings, and to get him to push him inside into a building, to kind of enclose the surroundings, and maybe hopefully eventually bring this building on him to kill him, because this thing is a monster. So ultimately, I've already rolled all my attacks and damage, which is at the top, so it'd be 23 piercing.
How many different sources? Because his resistance will probably...
It's 3 sources.
Okay, let's see. Okay, so he's got that.
I can repost it again here.
No, you're good.
Okay.
Okay, so I very much imagine that your battle, your slugfest with this individual has probably moved around quite a bit. Definitely back to the outskirts of Mai-Chaki. And you've entered into this small building, essentially kind of, almost delivering these kind of pointed blows with your weapons and your limbs. You've kind of caused him to stagger backwards through a rice paper door, shattering it in its frame. Actually, not against his back, but against Luke's back, as Luke is the one who goes through the door first. It's superficial, at the very least, at the very most. But you are now inside of the storeroom, surrounded by crates and bags and sacks of food, mostly rice. And he is spitting up blood and staggering. His feet seem to barely be holding him up anymore. But he is still up, leaning on Luke's Tetsubo as if it was almost the only thing keeping him upright. His swings are a lot more sluggish, but he doesn't seem to be ready to give in just yet. Sukiko, your turn.
Am I right in thinking that the stalking prey allowed me to keep up with him as he moved, because that allows me to move with him?
Yes. Yes, that is correct.
So he's just circling around as, one's piggybacking him. Crane is blocking and countering. I just ducked under a hammer blow that came in at me and sliced up that ankle, and he goes right back in for it again. He knows you got to take down the mountain. In the first attack, I'm going to use my superiority die again. This is the last one in this. I don't have another die to use Kung Fu moves, so sorry about that. But going to yet again attempt to trip this guy up. So he needs to make a strength saving throw. As he goes for that same ankle, he hooks the swords, two of them, and he just gives an extra hard yank. Is there anything that I could possibly, I know that you said that you're open with the inspiration as to what you can use it for. Could I use that to maybe give him disadvantage on the strength check, considering that he's so beat up?
I'm going to say that if you wish to spend a point of inspiration in this particular instance, because of the situation and the factors surrounding it, that he will automatically fail.
I will totally do that. So he stumbles into this building, and we are just, one's riding him, one's forcing him into the room. And here's this little mantis underneath his feet, just comes in and on the wrong step, just hooks in and just yanks both hands as hard as he could, going into a full front stance, using the power of the momentum of your hips to just get that extra force and pull, and just tears him down. And that does 12 points of damage as he just rips this out. This guy goes falling straight on his face with this big Luke on the back of him. And as he rips those swords up, he's going to jump up and he's going to come in pretty much right next to Luke's head because he's piggybacking him. So I'm sprawled over the top of him with the spikes on the end of this sword right into the back of his head. And I rolled 1, but now I have technically advantage. So, and that's a 19 to start. So that's some damage right there. So let's get into that. Looking at 7 points of damage that comes in on that one, as it just right next to, Luke can hear the vibrating metal from hitting his skull as these go right into the base of his skull, trying to just hit that brainstem.
And as you do so, your blades, as you strike with them and then go to pull them off, the hooks actually catch the horns of this guy's helm and send it flying across the storeroom, revealing perhaps what some of you didn't expect underneath. He is not but a man, bearded, his hair matted, and him slightly paler in color, but definitely a man. His eyes bloodshot, the mustache and front part of his beard completely caked with his blood that is completely pouring out of him. and he's breathing heavily as he lies upon the ground, staring up at you. He is completely and totally at your mercy, Yoru, as it becomes your turn. It appears that the fight has left him.
Yoru looks at him and takes in his state. And she looks at him and thinks for a moment and says to him, you know that you've lost this, that we could kill you easily.
See you tomorrow.
Call off your troops. Retreat. And she's going to do her best to persuade him to call off his troops and leave and go back where he came from.
If there was ever a moment that you have like advantage, I think this guy has learned his lesson.
Yes. Just look how easily, just 4 of us have taken you down to almost nothing. You don't stand a chance here anyway, and we have a total of persuasion for 22.
And as you berate this beaten man, you issue your ultimatum. You realize that your words are falling on next to deaf ears. He doesn't seem to register a single word that you have spoken.
Let's see. He doesn't speak the trade language, does he?
Your guess is probably not. He might, but your guess is probably not.
Well, then she's going to wave. She's going to like point at her and point at him and point out at the troops and do all these hand motions and shake her finger at him and shoo him away and see if he gets it.
You get the feeling that he may understand something of what you've said, as there's a modicum of registration that passes over his face.
Yes, she lays back her ears and growls at him too.
And he kind of screws up his mouth a little and spits a glob of blood up at you, into your face, and then rolls over onto his side and begins trying to stand up again,
I don't
reaching
suppose
for Luke's weapon.
she could do any sort of attack after that, or maybe cast the cantrip.
You absolutely may.
I am definitely going to cast the cantrip. So then, seeing that he's obviously defied her intention, and that he seems to understand that she has an intention, she growls and hisses and really gives him the cat glare, and she starts to just erupt in a stream of insults, starting out with, your mother was a nun, and going from there. And she's casting vicious mockery on him. You unleash a string of insults laced with subtle enchantments at a creature you can see within range. If the target can hear you, though it need not understand you, it must succeed on a wisdom saving roll, DC 13 for me, or take 1d4 psychic damage and have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
So describe to me what it looks like as your words literally cut him down.
When he hears when he feels the power of the spell coming at him, and he knows that she's insulting him deeply, he gets so enraged that his blood pressure gets so high that his heart just bursts and he keels over dead.
Yeah, he's halfway in the motion of standing up, and his eyes are glaring at you. And all of a sudden, he just stops. He drops Luke's Tetsubo and clutches at his chest and then keels over, face down, into a sack of rice, and is no more.
Yoru's like, "Wah!"
It's at this moment that you all hear the clanging of the bell again. And you hear shouting from nearby, outside. The road is taken! The road is taken! There are too many! Regroup! Regroup at the tea house!
We must grab our friend and go. We do not have time to dally.
Grab the helm and the great axe. We'll show his warriors he's down.
I rush over to Kenji and swiftly just reach into my side pouch and produce a small vial of herbal medicine. And I just open Kenji's mouth and I pour it down his gullet. And it just kind of like massages his throat so that it works its way down. Basically, I'm administrating a healing potion. So, Jeff, you can roll 2d4 plus 4, and that's what you gain back.
I think also that Yoru seeing that is going to go over and lay hands on him again. And see if we can get him up back on his feet fighting. And cure wounds.
Yeah, so after I pour it on him, and she begins to work her chi magic on him, I just kind of like slap Kenji's face a little bit, like, "Hey, wake up."
Kenji. I'm going to do a total of 6 healing to him. How exciting. No, yeah, that's right. Still.
And as the potion kind of works its way down into his throat and then down, it just kind of just coughs, just spitting sap from the potion just out, dripping down onto his mouth before it just freezes there in the cold. And just kind of like rubbing his hand on the back of his head and pulling it back. There's just blood running down his hand from the head wound that he took. Just thank you. And just kind of slowly forcing his way to his feet.
Come, my friend. The heavens will have to wait. There's still work to be done.
I'm sure Luke and Suki would be like standing guard as they're still battling, fighting, keeping people off of them as they heal their companion. And Suki over his shoulder would definitely probably make a quib at him. You know, I told you not to get hit, that they can fell you in half. If you're throwing your magic, I would suggest that you stay ching, 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 a little farther back.
As the big guy fell on Luke, he actually, with his wakizashi still in his hand, not that he's greedy, but it's just what he was trained to do. The first thing he does is he grabs the guy by his hair and he begins sawing the guy's neck off to take his head. And he then wipes the blood onto the guy's armor or clothing and sheaths the sword and quickly scans to see if there's a pouch of any sort before picking up his tetsubo and walking out to give Yoru her prize.
And as he saw this head off, Kenji just like sees and just like closes his eyes and then just vomits into the snow, a mixture of blood and sap and bile as he just... I thought they were supposed to be the barbarians.
Yoru, on the other hand, having some of that cat nature is not really that fastidious about dead things. And she's like, "This will work. We'll show his troops that he's dead." And she grabs it by the hair and heads towards the tea house.
And just curiously, though, because the Ram clan is up in the mountains, you said that we did deal with Jakoshans once in a while?
You guys would probably not deal with them very readily because really the only viable way through the mountains is through this pass here, which is
Okay.
very, very far west in the Empire, and you guys are very far east. You guys would deal a lot with Oni and orcs and dwarfs. A lot of barbarians, but not Jakoshan barbarians in particular.
Well, and as an aside, everyone would probably realize that the culture of the samurai is basically beheading and taking trophies back for money. So,
Yes, very much so.
As we're retreating back to the tea house, given the situation, I mean, would common sense dictate that? Is this a losing battle on our end? Basically, just their sheer numbers. This is not going to be a winning fight. Like if we were to, there's no shame in retreating because we're not essentially going to win the battle.
Yeah, as you have collected yourselves your prizes and are making your way towards the tea house, you see that a fair portion of the outskirts of Mai-Chaki are on fire, are burning, and the streets and open areas are littered with corpses. Definitely some of the Jakoshans, but more so the majority of the forces that were stationed here. And as you're kind of making your way to the tea house, you see on the front steps the dragon samurai taken down to his knees by a sword slash that comes across the backs of his legs. He looks up just as his helmet kind of comes tumbling off into the slush and the mud of its mixture of mud, blood, melted snow from these fires and being trampled. And he kind of looks up and sees all of you, and he says, "Flee! Run! You must warn the Empire. There is nothing that can stand in front of these." And at that moment, his head is removed from his body by the blade of a sword. You see a small opening, a small path, another goat path that leads away from this town, from between two other buildings that have not yet been set ablaze. And as you pass the road, looking downward into the Qingzhang Pass, you see this multitude of ships that are making berth around this small little dock, pier, and building. And these barbarians are swarming. And this individual that you fought so valiantly and fell inside the storeroom, amongst their numbers, you see at least a dozen more or so that would probably be his equal. And that's not even taking into consideration the individuals amongst them who are literally larger than life. These blue-skinned, white-haired individuals that seem to have the snow and wind swirling about them. Is the intention to leave Mai-Chaki behind you and head further south back into the Empire?
Looking around, Suki would end up kind of assessing everything and then looking to Jin, to Crane. I only have it in me to fell one mountain in a day.
Indeed. This is a losing fight that we cannot win. It would be best to retreat, regroup, warn the Empire. Better prepared, we may stand a chance.
Yes, I believe that would be wise. I don't really see much hope for it here. We just waste our lives for nothing. We need to warn the Empire.
And Luke's kind of looking off at the moment and sort of listening to the sounds and everything, and as they're talking, half listening, and yes, we should probably leave, but he's thinking of that little boy. And does it look like there's no help for the town at all?
It's very, very quickly becoming overrun. You certainly have the option of trying to push your luck and head towards the tea house, but you know that it would come with further skirmish.
Well, he looks at them and he says, I have to get something. And he begins pushing his way toward the tea house.
Not by yourself, you don't. Yoru goes with him.
And as he moves forward, he takes the hook off of the pole that he typically carries, and it's unveiling his naginata as he starts stepping forward, prepared to hopefully make quick work and move forward.
Jin would motion to Kenji and Suki and say, we have better chance of survival if we stick together.
I think Suki would probably be the last one, just kind of still standing there with both the swords in his hand, dripping blood off the ends of them. Just kind of, let's go on an adventure, he said. It'd be fun, he said. Let's have some fun.
You coming, Suki?
Yeah, I'm coming. My arms are sore as hell. I knocked that guy down 3 times. All right. Clink, clink. Let's go.
Yoru heads through the crowd, and she's got that head in one hand and her rapier in the other. Not rapier, her Jean sword, and she's smacking people with that head to make room to slide through. And being kind of small and very quick, I think she can slither through pretty well.
Jeff, did you have something to add? That's Kenji.
Kenji actually, while everyone else has started walking towards the tea house, Kenji actually hasn't moved yet. And as everyone kind of starts to head in that direction, he just kind of stops and just. So this is what's happening now. We're taking time to save one person and not a whole nother village. We have to get back to the Empire now. We need reinforcements. These are my clansmen dying. I will not have a city go down because you have one person to save. And he looks like right at Luke.
Well, he didn't even really mention that. He just said, I need to get something. So he said you guys could move on without him if you wanted to. But I get you. I'm just playing out my character type. Like,
Yeah, Jeff, why are you getting all meta?
Kenji's smart. Kenji's a smart guy.
no, it totally makes sense. I could just see, I could see Luke going to help the kid. That's all I'm saying.
No, and I'm saying that Kenji would be frustrated and see that this is going to stall time, and the next village of his that's going to be killed by these dang berserkers, reinforcements aren't going to get there in time because we have to do this.
But I'm saving your next dragon hero, okay?
Yoru's like, run, Kenji, then. Save your village. We'll be along as fast as we can. But I can't leave Luke.
So a swarm of these barbarians intent on pillage kind of floods through the city streets, at least for the moment, separating Kenji from the rest of you as you're forced to kind of duck out of sight, as you're sure that they would absolutely take a moment of their time to attempt to slay you. The four of you make your way the rest of the distance to the tea house, probably from towards a back door or side door. And Luke, having been the first to head off in that direction, easily manages to push through the back part of the door, just essentially just tearing right through the rice paper framework. And what he sees inside may take the wind from him. There, in the middle of the room, there's an upturned table. And Aida, the young 12-year-old boy, is pinned to this table by 5 arrows. And in his hand, just barely still being held, is the spear of one of the guardsmen of Mai-Chaki, broken but bloodied. And that's where we're going to end the first session.
Woo!
Ouch. You cut me deep, bro. You cut me deep.
Oh, you know he had to.
It was something that had to be done.
I'm glad you remembered that we had to go back and watch the boy die.
Fair enough.
Kenji's all like, karma's a bitch.
Well, guys, thank you very, very much. This was a fantastic first session. I had a lot of fun putting you guys into this situation and seeing how you dealt with it, kind of getting a feel for your characters and not just their abilities, but also just kind of who they are. Hopefully there was some tough decisions to be made. And hopefully it was you guys had as much fun as I did. Yeah, we'll be trying to schedule the second session before too much longer, and I can hardly wait. So we'll go ahead and do outros. You guys can promote anything you wish. You discuss anything you want to discuss. And then we'll wrap things up and call it a night. So we'll go ahead and start with Carol.
Yeah, you do that to me, huh? Well, yep, I'm Carol, occasionally known as Grandma Abtab. Probably because I'm old. I had an absolutely wonderful time. This is going to be so much fun.
Carol,
Yeah, thank you very, very much for running it.
You're not old. You're the epitome of what like a grandmama would be. Like that kind-hearted little old lady, even though you're not old. You're definitely the person that has like cookies and milk ready for company kind of lady.
Probably ready for the people we're fighting too. Yeah, no, it's great. It's going to be so much fun. There again, I don't have much to promote of my own. I like to play. I enjoy playing with you guys. I think this is going to be a great campaign. I'm really looking forward to it. So thank you for running it, Jeremy.
Absolutely, it is 100% my pleasure, Carol. Thank you. I'm glad that you seem to have enjoyed it so far, and I echo the sentiment. I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's probably only going to get richer the more we go on, and you guys get a better and better feel for not only the kung fu system and things like that, so that it kind of becomes a part of the background, but also of who your characters are. I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's already been well worth it. So, Alan, you're up.
Thank you. Yeah, my name's Alan, and you can check me out on my channel, Check for Traps, where I run games there, and these wonderful people play in those games as well. So great fun. I had an absolutely great time. Wonderful campaign. Love the setting. Just like you said, it's the first session, so it's just that growing pains, growing into the character, growing into the system, which will only improve over time. I love the interaction that we had as characters and as players, and look forward to the game and to our next sessions. So, as if you're not already a subscriber, subscribe to Jeremy's channel. It's got excellent games on there, good stuff. He's an excellent DM and an excellent player, and yeah, that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Alan. I appreciate that sincerely. Dave.
Hey, folks. My name is Dave, and thank you for running this, Jeremy, and thanks for everyone playing. It's been a blast. I think that I'd have to echo the sentiments. I mean, I'm just going to be repeating because so far it's been awesome. I think we're already showing some chemistry that's really going to be a lot of laughs, and Jeremy, of course, has already shown us what the campaign's going to be. We're going to have a lot of really low moments of sadness, and but that's cool. I mean, I think that's what we're Ashes of Heaven. I mean, that's what we're going for. I mean, there's some shit's going to go down. So, and I'm ready for it. So I'm really excited to get into the next session, and really happy that I'm part of this group. If you get a chance, check out my channel, Mornblade Gaming. I put up some videos here and there. I've got some advice videos, some recordings of my home games, but yeah. All right.
Fantastic. Yes, and I am certainly not a DM who's above cheap shots. I will take them when I can get them, especially if it invokes some kind of emotional response. It's an easy, definite maneuver that I keep up my sleeve. So I am shameless. But yes, yeah, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully this does, like you said, set a good tone. It may not always be like this through the entire ride, but yeah, I would definitely expect more of this. Jeff.
Yes, I'm Jeff. You can check me out at my channel in Counterbalance. I have some cool stuff planned coming up over the next couple of weeks, so check that out if you're interested. And yeah, this was a lot of fun. I can't wait to watch all of my cities of my clansmen get burned to the ground. It'll be a fun time. So other than that, yeah, this is a great group of players, a great DM, great setting, great concepts. Just everything about it is really cool. So I'm looking forward to see where it goes.
Excellent. Thank you very, very much. And last but certainly not least, Scott.
Hello. So there's not much left to say that hasn't been said. Definitely check out AbTab. Great little organization there. Everybody here has games. I've listed off some of my own earlier in the break. Jeff does sound a little bitter about his places getting burnt down. I'm thoroughly glad that I wasn't the first one to go down. That would feel reminiscent to Dragon Grin. But other than that, yeah, great game, and loved every moment of it. I loved how everybody got very detailed about actions that they were doing to make it more cinematic. And it's only going to get even more more detailed and more accurate as we go. I think as we all start to figure out how these kung fu moves can work in with our move set as is. So this is definitely going to be interesting. And thanks again for running it, mate.
Absolutely, and like I said, it's definitely my pleasure. This is a setting that I took my time developing. I think I actually worked on developing it for about a year, putting your research together and watching a lot of Chinese and Japanese movies. Prior to this, I was a somewhat fan. You know, I watched Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. I watched House of the Flying Daggers, but I was kind of like, they're neat. But I had a friend of mine that is very much into Japanese culture, and he very patiently plays our normal, Western European based Dungeons and Dragons games. And I started putting this together so that he would have something that was a little more of his particular proclivities. And I got really into it whenever I started doing the research and watching the films and things of that nature. So I'm glad to get the opportunity to kind of keep it alive, because that campaign is starting to wrap very soon here. So this will give me the opportunity to kind of keep it going and visit things that I didn't get the chance to in the ongoing game here at home. So I thank you guys for giving me that opportunity. And I have played, I think, with each and every one of you before, with the exception of Scott, and it's definitely an honor to get the chance to have all of you guys in one game together at the same time. Not to mention a long-term campaign, which is something that is a little rarer to get the chance to put together. And I am very, very much looking forward to how this all is going to turn out. And I can't wait until the next one. So thank you guys for not only asking me to do this, but also deciding to be a part of it and giving as much passion and the amount of questions that you guys have asked with an earnest desire to kind of understand the setting that you're getting yourselves into. That kind of stuff makes me very, very happy as a dungeon master and as a world creator. So I put links to, like I said earlier, Alan, Dave, and Jeff's channels down in the description of this video below. Thank you very, very much, everybody, for tuning in. Be sure to catch us next time for session 2 of Ashes of Heaven. And without any further ado, I think we're going to go ahead and roll this up. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.